What's up, everyone? Good morning, good afternoon, good evening. Hey, Mavo. I believe Mavo is here first today. You is. Mavo, how's it going? Bits NL, how's it going? You just boarded your ship. Are you ready to lose your ship? Waffles and Cyanide, how's it going, man? Whoops, what did I just do? Why did I just log off that character? I wanted to actually be on that character. I gotta do my dailies first. We can sit here and chat while I'm doing that. Getting late. I was looking at the time. I was like, man, am I going to actually stream tonight? I was editing a video for my YouTube channel that I needed to get out for tomorrow morning. So anyways, it's got nothing to do. It's for my other YouTube channel, not the but anyways, yeah, I needed to get it done, and it's done, but it just took me a longer than I was thinking. I was like, man, it's almost midnight already, and then I was like, I know I'm gonna be up till 4, so it's at least 4 hours that I'm gonna be streaming. So how have you guys been? Oh, let's get rid of the oops.
Congratulations, Lumia Stream, for being
I just gotta do that in order to
raffle.
Discord earlier and wanted to propose you make a channel for suggestions, since I wanted to suggest you make a channel which gives notifications. There is a channel there for it's under content creators. Oh, you want me to make one just specifically for me? Does anyone else actually post in my channel for content? You know what I can do is I can change the notification message so it adds everyone, Mavo. How's that? That's what I'll do. So when I go live, it'll add everyone, and then you'll get notification. Aphorus, how's it going, man? Let me actually fix that. Actually, I'll mark it down as something to do. I'm not gonna spend valuable stream time doing that. Hold on. To-do list. Make and going live note. That'll take me like 30 seconds to actually make, so that'll be easy.
Warp drive active.
Yeah, that'll be really easy, so I can do that. It's been a crazy last couple of days. I'm not gonna get into politics, but holy fuck, man, what the hell? That's that video that I was editing for my other channel. So if you're interested in that sort of stuff, you can go to my other YouTube channel, not the one that I'm streaming on now, but my other one.
Warp drive active.
Frio, what's up, man? Still in the buzzard or a heron now? No, this is always a buzzard. Always a buzzard that I fly in. Herons are good for a starting ship, but not what I'm. Once you learn how to make enough money, you want the cloaking. Basically, you want the cloaking, right? So. Actually, sorry, my mistake. This ship that I'm in now is a buzzard, because I'm on my alt and I'm just doing the dailies. By the way, I believe you were here last stream. You're new. Make sure you're doing your dailies. You get your extra 10,000 skill points or whatever, right? Yeah, make sure you're doing that. Hold on. Jadapalooza.
Warp drive active.
Oh, we. You think she's saying like, yes, or is she saying, we, like, she's on a ride or something? We. Which do you think it is? We. You can fit a tractor beam in highs. You can run the deep flow rifts also. A tractor beam in highs. We. 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 Batik. Yakamanik. I'm looking good. I had a haircut today. I got myself a haircut today is what I did.
Warp drive active.
But with the tractor beam, there's no. I didn't even know there was tractor beams in this game. Are you being serious? I was like, what is this guy talking about? I don't know what is he talking about? There's tractor beams in this game?
Docking permission requested. Docking request accepted.
Run the deep flow rifts. I don't even know what that is, dude. Run the deep flow rifts.
Connecting.
Nadal female dance is based on her dancing. Yes, we used to play this video all the time when I streamed WoW. But because I stream on YouTube now, I can't do it. Oh shit, hold on. Was there anyone on YouTube, speaking of which? Was there anyone on YouTube? I don't see anyone. No, not yet. Okay. I forgot to activate the bot on YouTube. That would help, right? Hey YouTube, you are now out of jail. You can talk. You can talk. Let's see here. We need to go to... Hey, thanks for the like on YouTube. Yeah, we had a good stream. The last stream that I did was the Saturday night, where I was on the front page. That was fun. We did a ridiculous amount of giveaways thanks to Mr. McTags and other people that donated. I can't remember how many. We did a 5 billion ISK giveaway though. Like 5 billion ISK in one giveaway. Then we did 1,200 Plux in another giveaway, plus 2 separate 500 Plux giveaways, a 100 Plux giveaway, in which case I felt like I was being a cheap F because I'd been gifted a whole bunch of Plux.
Warp drive active.
Yeah, it was not bad. Didn't watch Twitch on your WoW streaming days. That's what I did for 9 years. The bulk of my streaming was hey. Oh, it's one of the police. One of the police. It was one of those Scorpion ships. But yeah, that was what my bulk of my streaming was, all right? So actually, while I was editing my video, I was watching one of my buddies streaming. Just kind of had it on. He's leveling a paladin for TBC. Hey, Niliton, what's up, man? You know what I gotta do one of these days, though? I gotta like take a day off and force myself to get into fleets with goons and just learn how the process works and just go out and do it. But I'm not even working right now, and I feel like I'm just so effing busy with me trying to like edit videos and stuff like that. Although I will say I am getting much better at DaVinci Resolve. I used to use Premiere Pro, and I got tired of the well, I mean, you don't have to pay for the monthly sub, but I got tired of like having to deal with the whole fact that it's a monthly sub and whatever the ridiculous price was per month.
Request accepted.
Oops, I didn't scan 5 signatures. Let me go back out. Hey, now how's it going? Pretty. I'll take pretty.
Connecting.
Anyways, so yeah, I've started to learn DaVinci Resolve, and I'm starting to get much quicker, and you know, at learning all the little nuances and stuff. Okay, why did this not? Oh yeah, okay. This is the one that I wanted docked. This is the one that I want going out. Yeah, I had to learn the little, you know, little things that just to help with editing videos faster and stuff.
Warp drive active.
But I'd say overall it's going a lot more smoothly anyways. I just gotta practice like not procrastinating. Like I'll start editing a video and then I'll watch a bunch of YouTube videos and then I'll, you know, watch somebody stream for a bit and then I'll go back to editing the video for like 5 minutes. I gotta get back. I gotta get into it and just go. Although after like an hour or something like that, I think it's good to kind of take, you know, a little couple minute break or something like that, recharge and. Okay. But yeah, I've had to look up like all sorts of things about YouTube and how um like the analytics and stuff like that, and what kind of drives YouTube views and what time of the day to post certain types of videos and stuff like that. So I've been doing a lot of that. Where are we going? I did see the video of the goalie fight, Straw Cap. It's kind of funny when goalies get into it. It used to happen more often back in the day, but it is funny when they get into it. Where are we here? Oh, this is the one that there we go.
Warp drive active.
Fights in general are a lot lower than they used to be. I remember back in the day, 2 or 3 fights a game was not uncommon. Like back in like the 80s, 90s, man. Problem is people that have never played the game were like, we don't want to see fighting. They don't understand why fighting's in the game. Like they've never played the sport and they're like, fighting shouldn't be in the game. It's like, okay, you don't understand why fighting's in the game. And you want to complain about a game that you don't actually play. Okay. Yeah, Gino, Donald Brashear. I don't know. I probably told you that. Maybe I haven't told the story recently. I almost got knocked over by Donald Brashear in a McDonald's. I was standing in line, and I'd just gotten off of work. This is back. I was doing construction in my early 20s. And there's a McDonald's that was across the street from where I live. So I just decided to go into McDonald's to grab something to eat. And I'm standing there and suddenly I feel this like this heavy thump. Like I was like, what the fuck? And of course, being a full of testosterone, early 20s-year-old kid, I turned around all fucking angry. Like, the fuck? I turned around and I looked at it and I immediately knew. I was like, oh my God. He's like, I'm sorry. I'm like, no worries, dude. It is what it is. But he was just goofing around with a couple of his friends.
Connecting.
Have I seen Heated Rivalry? No, I have not. Is that a hockey movie or something? I for some reason feel like I've heard about it recently though. Is this a recent show or something? Canadian hockey TV show, the most popular show in... Oh, that's where I've heard... Okay. I think I saw an advertisement or something for it. And that's the most popular show in the U.S.? No, there's no way. It's the most popular show in the U.S.? Hey, Joe Lost, what's up, dude? Big speeches today in your oh no, you're not in Davos. Well, in Davos anyways. Oh, did you? Oh, can we take a peek at it? I will watch it on stream. We'll let the views I will definitely. I'm gonna pull it up just so I can take a look at it though. And TikTok and Insta, nice. Yeah, same post. That's what I do. I just spam it to all 3. I just schedule. Actually, what I meant to look at was to see if there's a tool that would automatically post this stuff for me. But I've just been. I have it set on YouTube. I wish Instagram and TikTok did the same thing, but they don't. Wait, did I go to the wrong? Hold on, I just want to make sure I got the right one. Is it nearly completed the Church of Lost? It doesn't have a date. Why don't I see a date here? Yeah, I don't see a date, but that's it. Okay, I will hold on. Let me watch it in full. And the rest of you, hold on. Here. Everyone go sub. Joe Loss is dipping into YouTube. So go give him a sub and follow him on Twitch as well. Not dipping or going like full steam ahead. Diving with scuba equipment, nice. Hold on. No. Hold on, I need to I don't want to mute it. I'm gonna play it just for the view. I'm gonna play it just for the view, but go watch his. Everyone, go watch him. Give him another 20 views immediately. And a like. Like his video. Ooh. We missed it. We missed 1,000 plex? Oh, hold on. Hold on. And comment. Make a comment. There we go. Help the algorithm, folks. Go give him a sub. There we go. Just so I'm not sure. From what I was doing a lot of reading on like the YouTube algorithm and stuff like that. And apparently, like you have to really post for like a month straight. Like basically, like I try to do something every day. I'm gonna try and do something every day. 11 followers to go. Oh, there we go. Go follow them, guys. Go follow them, and then maybe we'll win the 1,000 plex. So I'm trying to do like one video every day on both of my YouTube channels. So shorts. I'm gonna try and put out like a long form video like every few days. But it here's the I don't know, the kick in the ass. There was a long form video that I posted 2 days ago. And I can't tell you how long I spent on it. It was quite a while. Several hours anyways. And like just doing the editing and trying to learn how to do certain things to edit it properly and stuff like that. And after one day it had 6 views. I was like, but I've been told that if you like for the first month, that is what it's going to be like, because YouTube assumes if you're a new account, you're a bot until you prove you're not. So it won't actually really add into the algorithm. Shorts are a little bit different. I've basically been posting shorts every single day on my YouTube channel. That's why you're paying this guy. I'm not making enough to pay a guy. He's going to do them and teach you. I mean, I've got the video enough. Yeah, that's DaVinci Resolve was what I started using, and it was only like this week where I started to actually like learn how to use it. So like my first video that I made like a week ago or whatever, probably about a week ago, was my first attempt at using DaVinci Resolve. Investment in business. It is an investment in the business, but I've started to get used to DaVinci Resolve really quickly. Like I'm able to edit videos a lot faster, there's little things that I had to teach myself. Like if I was moving clips over on the timeline, it was moving them all over, and I'm like, I don't want all of them. I just want the one that's on the one line. And you know, a little things like that that were just kind of annoying that I had to learn. What time are we at? Okay, we're 30 minutes in. Let's do a giveaway. Let's do a giveaway for you guys that are here. All right, we'll start off with a nice 100 million-esque. There you guys go. Good luck. This guy graduated from film school and appreciates the doing videos on. Oh, videos on, yeah, of course, that's what you meant. I was like, videos? I was like, of course you meant videos. Like, why couldn't I figure that out? Yeah, I did, like my other channel, the political one, I need to do something there every single day. Like, every single day I need to be posting a clip there. So, that's what I've been doing. Yesterday, and I've got clips for EVE Online, which don't necessarily have to be done like the next day. So like I did a really huge giveaway on Saturday when I was on the front page. Actually, I did several of them. But I posted a clip of one of them, but that didn't need to be posted the next day. You know, it just needed to be posted. I also did a video about, you know, EVE Online. It was the one that came out today. Which basically gives my views on, you know, why people should try the game or whatever. It's me trying to convince people to give the game a shot. And then tomorrow, one's coming out. We're using you and several other YouTubers as examples. Me? As examples? You gotta post more than one video every 6 months. I'm not saying you, I mean like, I need to. You don't use me as an example is what I meant by that. Like, when be asking the viewers to create more clips. There's usually, like, I have a clip button on my stream deck. So if there's something that happens where I'm like, okay, you know what, that was kind of funny or that was kind of interesting, then I'll make a clip. You know, and you never know when that's going to happen, and I'll make a clip anyways just because then I'm not relying on someone else. I just reach over, clip it, and I'll go back and edit it later. It's examples. Well, hopefully you can your quality is better than mine. Yeah, that's what I did. I just have a little button and I just press it and it's like, okay. And then after the stream, I just quickly go and pick the one that I like the most, and I'll go and mark it as, I don't know. Oh, I've got one here apparently. And like I just quickly go and throw it in. You can export it directly from Twitch, but I found what I've been doing is I've been downloading the clip and then actually like editing it in DaVinci, because I find that now that I know DaVinci a little bit better, I can add things to the clip if I need to, but you know, like I'll add some text or you know, something like that. You put stream markers? That's what he is doing. Yeah, it's I mean, do I actually, I don't have, no, I closed DaVinci Resolve. But yeah, that's basically what I've been doing. And I was doing when I was creating the clips before with WoW, that's all I was doing. Like I was just like, okay, you know what, I want to put something up. So if I made like, I don't know, let's say random number 10 clips or 8 clips, I just go through them afterwards and be like, okay, this is the one that I like the most. But I told you about that one clip, the one where I've got over 3 million views on it now. And like that clip of that day was like one of like 5 clips that I made. And I think it was like the 3rd one that I picked to actually post to YouTube. And I was like, okay, I'm going to post these 3 clips. And that was like my 3rd favorite, I think. And it was the one that just blew up. So you just never know, right? Orgy! Orgy. We can't talk politics here, but... You know. If it's a funny joke, can we talk about it then? Or no?
Warp drive active.
Anyways. It's not that I enjoyed the most, although I do like exploration. I did like the abyssals as well. I totally forgot. Hey, you've learned how to do abyssals now, dude. You can go do abyssals. Wait, what kind of wormhole is this? Less than an hour remaining. Going to low sec anyways. We're not doing that. We're not doing that. But I like doing abyssals if I'm just having a chill stream and I just want to sit here and talk with people. I did say earlier that I wanted to do take a day where I'm just taking the day off and I go and learn how to do like fleets, how to join fleets and go do PvP and stuff. Hey, Mr. Depp, yeah, I'm in a corporation called Karma Fleet. How have you been, man?
Warp drive active.
But yeah, this is, to me, this is kind of like just a nice chill way to just relax and chill and talk to stream and look hold on you. Wink once if no, I was asking around for like a good corporation that can is good with new players. Because I was having trouble finding a corporation that was active. Like at the times that I play. Like so I just asked, and I was in another stream before I kind of really started streaming EVE Online. And all of them, including the streamer, it was Mr. Unlucky's stream actually. And it was right after Mr. Unlucky's alliance had just gotten crushed. So, and it was by Goons, and he was like, you know what, just go to Goons, like, or go to Karma Fleet. And then people in his chat were like, yeah, Karma Fleet's good, even though I hate them.
Drive active.
It's exclamation join, sir. Exclamation join to join. You can join on all 3 platforms. I am streaming to Kick, YouTube, and Twitch tonight, so... yeah, feel free to hop around, join those. If you're feeling truly generous, those are my socials. If you're feeling truly generous, you can subscribe to my YouTube channels. Those are free. But yeah, I was, oh yeah, I told you, Joe, that I spent all those hours on that one YouTube video and it got like 6 views in the first day. And I was like, oh, that's crushing. And then I looked earlier and it's up to like 44 over the last, like, day. And I was like, ooh, we've got a spike in views suddenly. A spike in views.
Warp drive active.
You're feeling extra generous, then spread the word to your neighbors. Oh, what was that? Did we just get a sub somewhere? I think that was on my, Wait, why did that not come up? I think it'll come up in a second, but I think I heard the whip cracking. Did you sub to my YouTube? I think it was my YouTube that went off. I've got to change that notification because that's my old notification from World of Warcraft. But thank you, sir. The Alodar News Network one is for what it says. It's news, debate, news, world events, political debates, that sort of stuff. So I am diving back into that. And that's a new channel that I've got going. So that's what I've been working on quite a bit over the last week. The video about EVE Online is only on Twitch? About EVE Online? No, it's on my YouTube channel. The @Alodar one. Is that what you meant?
Ricardo Velasco just subscribed on YouTube.
There you go. I think that was Ricardo Velasco. Oh, you know what I did? Hold on. Oh, wait, no, I've got the. I think I've got the right profile up. Yes. Thank you very much for that sub there, dude. But yeah, it's a short on my YouTube channel. Okay. Why did this not go, or did it go? Big D, what's up? Big D 2000? I thought it will be a longer one. No, that's just a short. There will be a longer one. That's just a short that I put out because I wanted to put out a short. There will definitely be a longer, like, actual, like, hey, we put some effort into this, please watch video. Rather than just a video that I was putting out for my daily EVE Online. Alright, see you later, Joe. Have a good one, man. You're probably gonna go stream, so I will pop in later. Have a good one. Our friend Eve. Wait, what? Our friend Eve stream. What are you talking about? What are you talking about, Big D? I don't know anything about this, so I don't. Who is this Eve streamer that you're saying passed away? Not sure what you mean.
Warp drive active.
Brock. Sorry, did somebody pass away that I don't know about, or you know? Yeah, but who was it, Big D? Like, what's the name of the person? Is what I'm asking. I don't think I know this person. What is his Twitch name? Wait, what? Art Gravy passed away? Are you being serious? What happened? Hold on. I just want to make sure that I've, like, because I'm still relatively new to the section, I know I've watched him before. I just want to make sure I... Okay, yeah, it's who I'm thinking. He didn't actually have a webcam, though. I think, right? Wait, yeah, was he live, like, recently? Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. Like, when did this happen? What happened? Okay, I need this to, like... It said he was live 2 days ago. Does anyone know what happened? Yeah, 2 days ago it said he was live. Hopefully not. Like, that's... Hey, Derek, how's it going? Man, that... I hope not, man. Like... So, where did they post this? Like, I don't really know the guy. Or, I mean, didn't? I'm just in, I don't know, like a bit of shock, I guess? Disbelief? That sucks. Where did they post this? You've read it. Okay, hold on. Like, I'm... There's so many threads. I just... That's unfortunate, man. Like, that's... Why is it that I feel... That's just... shitty, man. You learn from Shad Squatch. Wow. I mean, I don't know the guy, but it's still, you know, it's sad. I don't know how old the guy was, or, you know, obviously, I don't know if he, you know, he had something, obviously there was something going on with his life, but, you know. Post a link in my, oh, you can post it here, dude. I mean, but. Crazy, man. Wow. Remember there was an EVE Online community, Initia? What? There's a Blue Sky post? Hold on. On Blue Sky. Wow, I don't know. I mean, I'm not really very good with words in situations like this, to be honest. Like, don't know how old the guy was. Don't know what he was going through. Not sure if he's got, you know, family that he's left behind, or... Why destroy? Because it just takes too long to bother going through it. So I just hacked them to move on, but so that they'll also respawn. So I'm not just cherry picking. Like the whole site will respawn somewhere. Well, it says 2 days ago when I looked, but I mean, I don't know if you guys I don't know how familiar you guys are with Rectful. Rectful was a World of Warcraft streamer, but he was really popular on Twitch, and it really kind of hit the WoW community hard when he, same thing, he committed suicide. And he was really well liked by the community. I never got the chance to meet Rectful myself, but I know several people that that were good friends with his. Info came from our stream. His family confirmed it. Why destroy some of the... anyone having those problems, please, there are people and players that want to help you. Yeah, you know what? Unfortunately, for some people that are in that situation, they don't believe that, right? And we can tell people, you know, hey man, we're here for you, you know, that sort of thing. But they don't believe it. They've got it in their, you know, in their head that there's nothing that can be done. Hey Macy, how's it going? I've been lucky. Like I don't know that I know of anyone personally that has committed suicide, but kind of a grim topic, but it needs to be talked about. Oh, what's the time? Speaking of which, no, we're almost there. Macy, did you enter?
Active.
Exclamation join. I'm gonna do the giveaway soon. You're in? Okay. For those of you that are new here, in my Discord, there is a another giveaway. It's for 250 million ISK. And that is just in Discord, and it's the giveaway. It'll be announced at the end of the month who won. I'm going to try and do it every couple of weeks.
Web drive active.
Not missing any more 5 billion ones. Yeah, that was kind of unexpected, but it was fun. It was fun. Yeah, 5 billion ISK, one giveaway. We did 5 billion ISK, and then we did a total of 2,300 in Plex. One was a 1,200 Plex giveaway, and then two 500s and a 100. But the 1,200 would give that's 3 months of Omega sub. So. To convert 5 billion ISK, what amount of gold and WoW would be in the same ballparkish? It would probably equate to me, if we're talking classic vanilla WoW, you're probably talking about, like, okay, I'm talking about like classic WoW with no bots. Okay. Classic WoW with no bots. Like not, you know, because everything's overpriced. So just imagine imagine classic, like 2019 WoW. It would probably be the equivalent of like 5,000 gold. Like, it would be the equivalent of me. That would probably take me about 25 hours of non-stop farming gold. So imagine that I was in, where did I used to farm a lot? Like Dire Mall. like the Mage Dire Mall farm. Imagine me doing that for if I'm doing well and making 100 gold an hour, like really doing well. So was that 50 hours? Called WoW Utopia. I mean, I wish. One of the main reasons why I'm not playing WoW anymore, to be honest. I just got fed up with their nonsense. All right, let me just lock in a target. Why is there none of these things around and like right now? Like, what's going on here? All right, let's do the giveaway. It's been 30. It has been 30 minutes. Okay. Good luck, everyone.
Ad starting. We will be back.
Rugby League Pro!
Congratulations at Rugby League Pro for being selected in this raffle.
Hopefully you didn't get ads. Rugby League Pro, are you there, dude? Rugby League Pro. Oh, he's on YouTube. We've got guys, see? Rugby League Pro 1 on YouTube. There you go. I need your in-game name, please, sir.
Active.
In-game name. Hold on, I gotta copy this. Okay, why am I not getting any of these? Anyways. In-game name. There you go. 100 million. All right, let's start another one immediately because you guys are here early. There you guys go. Mistakes have been made. I'm struggling to broth. Hello. I have a newbie question. I'm not so good in game, but I like it. The atmosphere, etc. Something in the game makes me enjoy it. I'm not a PvPer and I don't have a corp, etc. Like a solo player who likes to fly and do some newbie PvE activities after a long day of work. What can you recommend to do in PvE that make it more enjoyable, not fall into a sleep, and if possible, bring some income? PS except scanning. So you don't want to do what I'm doing. You don't want to do what I'm doing? Is that what you're saying? This makes good ISK. Abyssals, dude. Abyssals. You know how to do abyssals yet? I think abyssals would be, John Rico, how's it going, man? Yeah, if you don't know how to do abyssals, it sounds like that's right up your alley. Actually, that sounds like exactly what you'd want to do. I did it, but ever before, maybe I did, but for now, now I'm not sure. If you don't know if you've done it, you probably have not done it. Hey, why are there none of these around here? Like, what is going on here? Two jumps. Try here, like I feel like there's a complete lack of, yeah, abyssals, I would look those up. You're an alpha account? Can you do abyssals and alpha accounts, guys? I think you can, right? I think you can do an abyssal and an alpha account. Hey, the dude Vince. Dude Vince, we have nothing to be upset about. The Chicago Bears did a good job this year. We almost won that game. Almost won it. Next year's gonna be fucking exciting as hell. Okay, so there you go. You can do abyssals. I would just look it up on YouTube. Probably watch like an nth dimension YouTube video on how to do them.
Warp drive active.
The game, oh dude, I'm sorry, man. We were just talking about one of the streamers that has a apparently Art Gravy has apparently passed away. So not a good day. Oh, you are referring to him? I didn't really get the opportunity to get to know him. I lurked in his channel from time to time, but I didn't really ever talk to him. But he, you know, don't know what was going on in his life, so it's shitty. If the rumors of how he passed away, it's kind of, you know, kind of shitty. Facebook and it's all, oh, so you know him quite well then. If you did he have a gamer Facebook, or was it his personal Facebook? Like I didn't know the guy at all. Like I said, it's still very, very sad, but obviously if you knew him and knew him personally, like, that sucks, man. People were in here earlier, and they were like, "Yeah, it sucks that the Eve streamer passed away." And I was like, "Wait, what?" I didn't even know until people told me like 5 minutes ago. You just never really know what's going on in people's personal lives, right? Like, you don't know what kind of stuff they're dealing with. And I think when we're younger, a lot of people just kind of, it's something that people don't really take, you know, I'm not saying everyone, but a lot of people, they don't really realize that people have like these little things that they're dealing with. And but could be any one of your friends or whatever that's going through something, you know.
active.
I wonder if there's any sort of like if he's got family, like he's got like a wife or kids or anything like that. Maybe the Eve community could like come together and do something. I don't know. I don't know the guy at all. So
Warp drive active.
married with one son, man. That Abyssal, yeah, Skyer. And if you have any questions, just come and ask. But definitely check up on what what are they called? You need what are they called? Damn things. Filaments. Make sure you've got the right filament to go on the right one. Just start off with like the really simple ones first. And you know, and then work your way up to tier 1 or whatever. And tier 2 eventually when you get better. Married with one son. Hold on. I'm just gonna go on to my Facebook. Is it Art Gravy like 2 separate? Or is it the same way? People. Yeah, I found it. It doesn't look like it's active though. Like it doesn't look like his account's active, but oh, by the way, I believe there's a drop going on right now as well for EVE Online. There is. So yeah, if you're looking for a drop, there is a drop right now. I don't want all these these ones here. Here, screw this. I'm just gonna go immediately to the relic sites. Well, chat. I wonder if I don't know. I wonder if there's like one of the streamers that were maybe, or people that were close friends with him. They wanted to maybe put something together. Maybe somebody that was you know, had you know, has a bigger connection to the community than I do. Looks like he was a isn't FYI drops ended. Oh, did they? Oh, I only got the notification today. I always have mine on anyways, in case one starts, but I got a notification that there was one today. %, that's good. Yeah, I don't want to, I don't know what the word is for it. I just think it would be better if somebody that is more well known in the community started it up. Just so it looked, is more authentic, I guess. But I think it would be a good idea if somebody did do that. And then maybe, as a community, we could, you know, do like a donation goal or something like that to help the family out or something. It'll be after. Well, I was thinking like, I love this game, dude. I love this game too, man. It is so fantastic. Maybe we could have a day of like charity streams or something like that, where we. You're new to the game. Were you not here last stream? Anyways, yeah. But yeah, if you have any questions, you just ask. I've only been playing for about 6 weeks now, but you know, I'm getting okay at the exploration stuff, and I've started to dabble in other stuff as well. But what's a deep flow rift? Oh, it's a combat site.
Warp drive active.
That's a good place to start the air stuff. I still have to actually do that myself, but. I still have to do that myself, but the PvE bounty hunting, yeah. There is quite a bit of lore to this game, actually. I wish it was more, I don't know what the word is for it, but more noticeable, I guess would be the word for it. Great Canadian Bacon Bits! Need to borrow you one day, Alodar, so I can shield boost you if you're... Shield boost me? I need to go back and actually, like, do... I think I got through, like, the first set of the air missions, and then I stopped. So I need to, like, actually go do them again. One Crazy Monkey, what's up, man? The lore sucks. Look at the early lore. Well, I mean, just any of it at all. Like, it... You know, you don't really learn about the lore in this game. You know, whereas I'm used to like WoW, where they kind of shove it down your throat. Yeah.
Heragist is now following on Twitch.
Hey, thank you very much for the follow there, dude. Ooh, 17 million. We'll take that. You know what we need to actually do is we need to continue on watching further down the rabbit hole. Or down the rabbit hole. We're on like we finished 2 hours worth so far. So I do need to actually continue watching that stuff on stream. If you guys are into that, we can do that at some point, but... No, you can post links here, dude. If it's helping a new player, by all means. The porn ones, post those in my Discord. But yeah, don't post those ones here. But if it's to help people playing game, definitely post it. Go ahead. Hey, Merrick, how's it going, man? I am doing well. Although we're kind of quiet right now. I don't really know what to say. We found out that another EVE Online streamer passed away, apparently, in the last day. So I didn't really know him very well, but it's the community. He was quite popular in the community, so I had never even really got to know him myself. But you know, I had lurked in his stream a couple of times, but didn't get the chance to know him myself. But yeah, we're just kind of discussing maybe ways that we could you know, pitch in and help the family out. I don't know. I think like a day of like maybe like a day, like a day of donations or something like that, where we can maybe set up streamers over the course of like 24 hours to do like a giveaway. Or not a giveaway, do like a donation drive or something like that. I don't know what you know, if his mom and his kid, not his mom, sorry, his wife and his kid are now you know, without a father. But hopefully, like I said, hopefully somebody that knew him a little bit better will would be okay to maybe take that on, and if that's what people want to do, or
Warp drive active.
you guys still here? Show info. 4 to 5 wormhole. I'd like to see what's in a 4 to 5 wormhole one of these days. I'd kind of like to see that.
Warp drive.
Here, but look, I think everyone's just quiet because of the news, but let's see.
Warp drive active.
Oh. Okay, where was it then? I thought that would work. I guess I thought wrong. Is it supposed to be like around planetary things or something that? Oh, it's over here. It wasn't near that one. It was over here. Oh, is this? Okay. But I think if I do this, doesn't this work? Oh shit. Yeah, I don't actually know which one it is. Probably this one. I'm not sure. That already got me back into EVE Online, by the way, after almost 5 years. Dude, this game is phenomenal. I really wish that it came across on stream better than it does, because it's definitely not exciting for people that don't play the game. A gas site. Screw gas sites. Actually, if I want to test something, if I scan them all down so I know what they are, do they come off the list when I Alt M? Thanks. A murky nebula. One of these days, I'm gonna have to actually go and do a gas site too, just so I can see what it's like. I've never huffed gas in this game. Yeah, that stream on Saturday was a lot of fun, man. I really enjoyed it. It was different than other times I'd been on the front page, though. Usually when you're on the front page, it's like a stream that was on the front page, it'll end, and people that are watching on the front page, their chatters will automatically get put into your chat, and that didn't happen. So I was expecting that there was going to be like 1,000 people watching, but that there was going to be 1,000 people like actually in my chat talking, because that's what they used to do. And then they'd be asking you about the game, they'd be talking to you about, you know, what are you doing, that sort of stuff. And they didn't do that. They just took people that were watching the front page and just added that number. It was, I mean, it was almost like being view botted. So that was, I had made plans that I was going to be talking to people about the game that had never played the game before. Although we did have quite a few of that. We did have quite a few people that had never played the game that came in, but not nearly as much as I thought. Like, I thought I was, at all times, I was going to have like, you know, 1,000 people in my chat that had never played the game before. So that's kind of what I was preparing for. Tomorrow I've got today I was actually going to do it today. I was going to do my other stream in the morning and then EVE Online at night. But I forgot I had a haircut. I had to go get my haircut today. So it was like right in the middle of everything. And I'm like, damn it. Like, I don't have time to do this. What are we at? We at 30 minutes? We're at 30 minutes. Let's do the raffle giveaway. Good luck. The winner is...
Congratulations,
Ferris. Afris, dude, I need your in-game name, please. I need your in-game name, please, sir. Hold on. Why is... I gotta fix that too, the IGN thing. Okay, and that was... Afris Darth Rune. Congratulations. I don't think you've won here before. Congratulations. Thank you very much for watching, dude. All right, let's do another one. Fuck it. Let's go. There you go. Good luck, everyone. And again, remember, you can join on Kick and on YouTube as well for extra chances to win. Feel free to do that. Did we not get... We didn't get any relic or data sites here? Like, sucks. Okay, and was this one that I just went to that... Whoops, I'm pressing F instead of D. I'm like, why am I not moving?
Warp drive active.
Why was I not moving? Yeah, let me give you my socials. If you want to join the other channels for extra chances to win, I do have a giveaway on my Discord as well, running as well at the same time. Yeah, it's just the same one. So annoying that these don't disappear. Like they're not like unknown. I know what they are. Like I was just. It seems like there's very few of them around right now, actually. Yeah, I've got one going on Discord. It's for 250 million ISK. And it is for the end of the month. So we will do one every 2 weeks. And maybe we'll pick it up if I'm, making enough ISK. I'll do it once every week or something like that. But you can join the Discord. It's free. You just have to hit the little thing at the bottom to enter. You don't have to say anything.
Warp drive active.
We did, on Saturday, we talked about an article that I'd come across. I actually... when did I make that short for, actually? Hold on. Hold on. I made a short about it. Is that 2 days ago? Yeah, no, it's the one that came out today. About how EVE Online is seeing a huge resurgence of new players. Good to see. Hey, Nibus, how's it going, man? Yeah, but there's an article that I came across, and apparently there's a huge resurgence of new players, and I've actually noticed that. Like when I started playing, I'd see what the population would dip to during slower hours and what it would get up to during peak hours, and it is quite a bit higher right now. So it's good to see a lot of new players apparently. What is this?
Warp drive active.
Oh, what? Come on. Barely. I think you know what we'll do at 3 o'clock, or when the servers goes down. Maybe we'll watch another hour of Down the Rabbit Hole if you guys would be up for it. We finished 2 hours so far. I would like to finish that. What time is it? It is 1:30 in the morning. Where I am in Canada. I'm on the West Coast, so. Seriously, nothing in this? Waste my time? Whereabouts you, Dogarcio? That's Spanish or something? It is, ha. See? I was right. I was right. I need to go to Spain. It's gonna be in the next two trips that I take. One of them is gonna be to Spain. I was gonna do a trip from like through Spain, Morocco, and Portugal. There's the ferry that I believe you can take through the Strait of Gibraltar. Over to Morocco. And then I was going to take like a train or something like that down to Casablanca and kind of spend a few days down there to see what it was like. There's this place is called Santander. Isn't there a place in Spain that is I can't remember the name of it. Like they used to be like really unhappy. They were trying to like leave Spain or something. Can't remember what the area is called. For some reason I feel like it starts with an O or something. Bank of Santander is from your town. I do not know that bank, no. I don't think they have any over here in Canada. But yeah, I would like to go to Spain one of these days. I've heard a lot of really good things. Spain's a really nice place to visit. I just haven't had the opportunity. I lived in Germany for a year, but never got to visit Spain while I was there. I'd like to go see the running of the bulls or whatever it is that they do through like the streets of Barcelona. I wouldn't mind checking that out, see what it's like. But I've heard the weather's quite nice all year round. Six signatures. I note that it is 6 signatures, but let's maybe go check it out.
Warp drive active.
Yeah, one of these days I'll have to go check out Spain. I wanted to do Spain, Morocco, and Portugal in one trip. It was going to be about 5 weeks. Whiz Panda, it's exclamation join. There you go. There you go. There we go. See, these all just recently just spawned here, I think.
Warp drive active.
I think these all just spawned here, so we can scan these down and yeah, but I wanted to actually go see like a soccer, well, we'll call it football game because there's so many Europeans in the chat. Don't want to offend anyone. I wanted to go check out a football game. Whenever I go to Europe now, I think I'm gonna go whatever country I'm in. I think I want to check out like a football game just to kind of take it all in, enjoy the atmosphere. Yeah, I like going to Europe though. Exclamation join, Saviak. Exclamation join. That's another thing I gotta get is marbles. Let me try and have this done for next stream. Marbles set up. I've got it marked down already, actually. I've got it marked down. Do 1 game of marbles. Maisie was wanting 1 game of marbles per stream. Today was the first, well, you know what, I haven't really been leaving my apartment very much lately, but today I really noticed that the days are getting longer. Like at 5 o'clock in the evening or 1700 hours, it was still daylight out. Like, whoa, it's still like daylight out. What's going on here? So... soon enough, we'll be going back into daylight savings time, and it'll be Here it stays in summertime it's sunny out or daylight out still till like 9:30 at night. Which I love. I love the fact that I can, you know, it's still daylight out when I'm you know. Not to mention the fact that it's also a lot warmer too. Which I do thoroughly enjoy. I love the fact that I can like get up and go walk outside and in my shorts and a t-shirt. Like, it's really cold here lately. I think it's supposed to get, it's not really cold, but it's, you know, it's winter here. And the winters where I live in Vancouver, in Canada, is not that bad compared to the rest of Canada where it's freezing. You're freezing your nuts off all the time. Here it's, you know, it gets down to, like, on average, like 6 to 8 degrees Celsius. In the next couple of days, it's supposed to get a little bit lower than that. But you wish they stopped the time change? I wish they'd just leave the clocks ahead. So that it's not dark at 4:30. Like, just move them ahead and then leave it alone. But apparently there's like a whole like thing that they got to go through. Like, they've got to, our government's like, well, we've got to, you know, we've got to coordinate this with, you know, other provinces and the states, you know, that are south of us in Washington State. You know, and if they don't want to do it, then it, you know, kind of throws. It's like, fuck off. Like, just fucking do it. And once one does it, the rest will do it. And the province that I live in, like, half the people like that live up north, they don't even have daylight savings time. So, like, where I live, we'll have daylight savings time, but people that live way up north, they don't. It's like, what is the purpose of that? Total no sense, yeah. And like the province that I live in is bigger than like many countries. like it takes a long ass time to drive from one side to the other. And driving from like north to south, like it takes longer to drive through my province than most countries. It's easy if you consider the Netherlands. You know what? I went through the Netherlands one time when I was living in Germany, and I literally got out of my car, put my feet on the ground, and then got back in the car just so that I could say that I'd been to the Netherlands. It was pretty funny because we were on our way to Belgium. And the family that I was staying with, they're like, okay, get out of the car. And I got out of the car and they're like, okay, get back in. Come visit. I would like to go back to Europe. I was supposed to go to Italy this last year, but I lost my job, so I had to cancel my trip. As soon as I get another decent paying job though, that's Italy's or Europe's like my next 2 or 3 vacations. The drive to the supermarket rivals the time to... Hey, Autonomous Donk, what's up, dude? Autonomous Donk, have you ever driven to Perth? Like, I got to imagine that's a pretty barren piece of road. Driving from, like, Sydney to Perth or something. You've hitchhiked from Sydney to Perth. Wow. I remember one time I was in Las Vegas and I met a guy from, well, I didn't know where he was from, I thought he was English actually because I was listening to his accent. I was like, oh, this guy sounds English. And then he goes, no, I'm from Perth. And I'm like, really? And he's like, yeah. And I told him that I had always wanted to go to Perth. And he's like, why? It's like in the middle of nowhere. And I'm like, well, that's what seems so kind of cool about it. But he seemed really kind of shocked that Perth is where I wanted to go. But I'd met a couple of other people from Perth, and I don't know, maybe it's just me, but their accent seems different from other Australians. It doesn't seem like it's the same accent. I don't know. Like, it's not, hugely different, but it just seemed a little bit more British than your typical Australian. I don't know if Australians feel that way, but I don't know. But to me, it seemed that way. We might go to New York this fall and just make a layover in Iceland just to say we've been there. New York is like the only city in the U.S. that I would still like that I haven't been to yet, but I don't have any plans on going there anytime soon, to be honest. The giant tingle tree. I'm gonna look that up. For some reason, I think there's a joke here. Giant tingle. Oh, it says it's a tourist attraction. Yeah, one of these days I'll go to Australia, but it's not not in the next couple of trips, but there is some time where I'm gonna go there. I've got a cousin and an aunt that live there, but they're up near Brisbane. I need to. Where's Crocodile Dundee from? That's where I gotta go visit. I gotta go to the Outback and visit, the hometown of Crocodile Dundee. Yeah, we have actually got quite a bit here. All right, we got some stuff to do here. What's the okay? We got 23 minutes. We still got a little bit of time.
Active.
I think Species AU's got to be from Australia as well. There's a lot. You know what? I feel like there's an awful lot of people from Australia and New Zealand that play EVE Online. And Canada too, actually. Like, I feel like there's a large number from both countries that I maybe not that play the game. I know Europe dominates that, but at least that stream it. Like, it's gotta be around here. I definitely feel like there's a lot of both countries. There's one gentleman from Hamilton, New Zealand. I haven't seen him stream in a... There we go. There's a way to make that automatic. I gotta figure out how to do that, actually. How to make it automatically give shoutouts to recognized streamers. Nothing? Come on, please. Or similar name? You just add streamer names. Are you using Lumia by any chance, Autonomous Dog? Oh, okay. I thought this one, it did, that I saw it do it once. I was like, oh, it does work on this. I'm using Lumia, yeah. It's a really powerful bot. Like, it is the most powerful bot I've ever seen. So it probably does have it. I'm just still kind of learning how to use it. And in fact, I see it do it on Kick once in a while. So I wonder if there's an option that I'm just missing. I'll look it up later, but I'll, I marked it down for things to do. I'll look it up tomorrow. Decent payer for this one.
drive active.
Frostytool.com. Frostytool.com. Well, I haven't heard of this. Frostytool. Yeah, I'll check that out later. Here, let me do the giveaway now. Good luck, everyone.
Congratulations, HC Massey.
Ah, Massey! Didn't win the 5 billion that we gave away the other day, but won this one. We're gonna need you. You've got accounts on everywhere. I need your in-game name. Winning is winning. I don't know that the bot works on. Is your in-game name actually HC Macy? In-game, is that actually right? Yeah, okay. All right, let's get another one going. Word it properly. And it's not 100 million million. There we go. Go ahead, go nuts. Yeah, I think you know what? We're gonna do that. We're gonna watch the 3rd hour of Down the Rabbit Hole when the servers go down. And Massey, I've got listed. Is it Massey or Macy? It was like a hard A or soft. Anyways, it's Massey. Okay. I got listed down to get marbles working. You misspelled your in-game name.
We will be back in 3 minutes.
Oops. after 3 months. You know what? Actually, this character here was my second character that I made because I've been using the name Alodar in games for 20 since 1997 when I played Ultima Online. And when in Ultima Online, you were allowed to have last names, and very few MMOs actually allow you to do that. So when I started playing this game, in other games like World of Warcraft, you're only allowed one name, so I would use just Alodar. And you weren't you couldn't have a last name. So when I started streaming, suddenly every game that I started playing, Alodar would always be taken because, you know, people would poach your name or whatever, right? So I just got used to it. I was like, okay, fine, whatever. Somebody's taking my name. But when I came to EVE Online, I of course tried to see if I could get Alodar. It was taken. And then after, I don't know, maybe a few days of playing, somebody like gave me something in game, and I saw that they had a last name. I'm like, wait a second, you can have a last name in this game? And they're like, yeah. And I immediately like logged out, created Alodar Silmore, which is the name that I first used in Ultima Online, and I've been that became my main character. But the first character that I made was Alodar with 2 A's, which is always my first go-to if I am not able to get Alodar. So yeah, I do have an Alodar alt. But yeah, even though I had like a few days of training and stuff like that, and like I'd already done like the tutorial and all that sort of stuff, I was like, I don't care. I want my name. So the name that I use on this character here is actually my original name. Ooh, 28 million. Let's go. Money, 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 money. I've got enough money to pay back one of those giveaways. You got enough money to pay one back. We're ballers now.
drive active.
The 5 billies? Jesus, man. That was because McTags donated it. So he was like, here's 5 billion, do a giveaway. And I was like, all of it? And he's like, yep. And I'm like, all right. Like, I didn't mean like all of it, like, you want me to give this all away? It was more like, you want me to do it all at once? And he's like, yep. I was like, okay. I mean, he's been a huge donator to the stream, right? So, the Plex that I gave away that night was due to him. I think we gave away 2,500 Plex. We've still got more to give away, actually. Just fun to enter and win sometimes. Yeah, there was one time I have won once in another stream. I once won one in the Mad Rambo stream, and I actually felt bad afterwards for actually accepting it. I was like, wait, why didn't you just give it back to him and tell him to add it to the pot for the next one? What? Let's see. What are we doing here? You feel bad, give it away here. Yeah, it's just I've got my own ISK to give away on my stream. I don't need to take some other streamer's ISK. You know. Right now, today I was just kind of like, I just logged into stream just to kind of chill out with chat, to be honest. Plans for, what is Q1? Oh, we're like, as far as streaming goes, or like in EVE Online? In Eve, I wanna learn more about the game. I definitely want to learn how to PvP. So that's probably the next thing that I need to kind of delve into. But I need to like learn how to get into fleets with goons. So I mentioned earlier that one of these days I just gotta like take a day off of streaming and actually do that. Maybe I'll do that next Monday, because that's usually the day, if I'm not gonna stream, that's definitely one of the days a week that I'm not gonna stream. But usually when I take a day off, I kind of also like to take a day off from the game as well. Into Abyssals? Yeah, I probably need to do more in Abyssals too, actually, just for something different on stream. I think maybe viewers probably enjoy watching that a little bit more too, to be honest. Maybe I'm wrong, but I feel like maybe like higher level Abyssals is... Ooh! See, this is why I like doing this, though. This is why I like doing this. That's good isk, man. That's good isk. You can't really complain, you know. I kind of like doing this on stream though, because I can sit here and just chill with you guys and talk. Whereas I feel like if I'm doing Abyssals, I'm like focusing on what's going on and killing the NPCs and stuff like this. So I kind of like doing this, but I would also, you know, I guess if you get into the higher level Abyssals, maybe it's a little bit more exciting to watch on stream. Maybe I'm wrong, but I feel like that's probably... Look at another 8 million too. Like, how do you pull yourself away from this? Am I just greedy? Maybe I'm just greedy.
Warp drive active.
Higher isk an hour if you get to like T4s. Really? I'm a T2 Abyssal, so yeah, it's... The highest that I've made off of one site was a ghost site, and I made 860 million on one ghost site, and I was like... T3 is underwhelming. I probably need better ships than I have access to right now, though. But maybe we could start training into those ships. Because I do feel like maybe those would be an easy fit for tier T3 or T4. $4.5 billion from a ghost can? I'd just like to also maybe do something different. I don't think people want to watch me play the market, so... Which is something I do off stream. Like, there are lots of times where I'll be doing that off stream. But I mean, that can take like an hour or two. I don't think people want to watch that. Whoops. I think if you get really good at something, though, like, people will want to watch you, whatever you're doing. Like, and of course you've got to be entertaining as well. So I don't know, like, which streamer is known for doing really high-level abyssals, because I don't know. I guess I'd maybe be able to tell. Entertainment is important. And, you know, like, I find that the more that I'm doing in-game, the less I'm actually talking to people as well. Which to me is big. Like, I like talking to people, and I feel like that's a good way to entertain people. Gustav, but he's German. If it's boring, I don't know. What do you guys prefer watching? Like, if you're looking for streams, and never mind like the entertainment value of the person streaming, but like, what content do you prefer watching? Like, I know when I'm watching World of Warcraft, I prefer watching PvP. So market PvP? I don't know that what I do is market PvP. I usually just log in a couple of times. Well, lately, to be honest, I haven't really been doing it much lately, but I'm usually just kind of like, you know, logging in, adjusting my prices. Outbidding by 2 clicks. Yeah, is that what the PvP is? I don't know. I'm gonna outbid this guy by 20 instead of by 10. Just to be annoying. Oh, man. This one is not going well. Okay, I'm just gonna just do this again. Let's see, all the idiots that put in 50... All the idiots that put in 15 mil below the average, that kind of stuff? I do notice that there are some guys that will do some funny stuff on the, but I just like they'll immediately match, like, I don't know, the sell price or something like that. Like they'll put one down that is, or I think sometimes what they do is they've made the mistake. Like they'll put the sell price the same as the buyer's price, which is usually quite a bit lower. And I think they've accidentally posted it. I catch that sometimes, and I'll immediately buy it. Who's Ravens? I don't even know what Ravens is. When you do sell all, and instead of having immediate, you have with sell order and oh yeah, okay. Performative streamers and those who position musical instruments. Oh, you mean position musical instruments behind them? People actually do that? Wait, what is wrong with my ship? What the hell is this color shit going here? I don't know if I've noticed people doing that. I set a price, and when the item gets posted, it changes to a different price. Oh, you know why that is, Futic? Only the first... How do I describe this? How do I say this? Only the first 4 numbers determine... like how much you can adjust the price by, if that makes any sense. So for example, if maybe this is what you're doing, like if you post, if somebody posts for like 10,000 and, is that right, 10,010, and you try and post for 10,011, it won't let you do that because that's the 5th number. Does that make sense? I don't know if I'm probably not describing this properly, but yeah, only the first 4 digits is significant. So same as like 100,000. If you can't post for, if somebody posts for 100,000, 100,010 or whatever, is that right? 100,100, and you try and post for like 100,001, it won't let you do that. It'll immediately adjust that last number. So you have to adjust it by the 4th digit. There, that's the way, that you have to adjust the 4th digit. You can only adjust by that much. What I've got to learn to do is to be able to learn how to, like, are you allowed to use, like, I know it's a spreadsheet game. I'm assuming you're allowed to use spreadsheets to actually, like, come on, quickly scan through the auction house to determine whether... Oh my god, this one's bad. Alright, we'll do it again. You can? Okay, I gotta learn how to do that because I'm doing it manually. And that... I mean, I'm sure with spreadsheets, it would just be make it super fast to check to see whether or not I've been undercut and stuff, because it's taking me a long ass while. So I think that's the thing that I've got to do next. Yes, that is, I did see that actually. You can buy it with ISK. And I can't remember how much it was. And I think at the time I was like, I'm not paying that much. And then as I started to learn how to make money, I was like, wait a second, that's actually not that much. I can't remember how much it was now, but I remember the first time I saw it, like, I can't afford that. Yeah, Eve Tycoon, I think that's the one I saw it on, actually. I'm trying to remember how much it was, though, but it's, like, not actually that much. But will it it won't automatically go in and update everything for you, though, right? It'll just, like, tell you which ones have been undercut. I'm assuming. $100 million for the first level. And is that per week or is that per month? It won't update your orders, but it will tell you which ones you need to fix. And it, takes seconds to do rather than me have to oh my god, I can only imagine how much time that would save. Oh, 100 million a month? Oh, that's embarrassing that I haven't been doing that, actually. I'm embarrassed that I told you guys that. So, hold on. Let me, Eve, Brew, and what was the other one? Eve Tycoon, right? Do they both do the same thing, or are they both like 100 million a month, or how does that work? Exclamation Sosig? Am I bald, dude? Do I have a really strong British accent? Or is he here? Is he here? Maybe he's here. Go through my buy orders and click view on each one manually and update them by hand. You do? No, I need to... Is Eve Guru or Eve Tycoon better for doing this? Like, which is faster? 100 million sounds cheap. You don't, okay, we'll do the giveaway once I finish this site. All right, there he is. Mad Rambo, I don't know if Mad Rambo plays the market, though. I think I saw that he doesn't do that, but I like doing it. I enjoy doing that. Never used Guru. I'm gonna have to check out Eve Guru and Tycoon. Oops, what did I just do here? Mad Rambo, how are you doing? Let's give a big shout out to Mad Rambo. Yeah, let me read my own bot in chat too, by the way. I'll have to check them both out, because if that could save me some time. Someone says Sosig and see who spawns. Somebody did. Someone typed exclamation Sosig. That's why I was like, did Mad Rambo say something in chat and I missed it? I'll be honest, because I've been working on YouTube videos lately. I haven't had as much time to play because I've been focusing on trying to create videos for both channels, actually, both Eve and my other one. And if I can get the get through the sales stuff that I've been manually doing like twice a day, like have it take like minutes rather than like an hour or two, that would be actually pretty awesome. Oh, there's somebody else doing these sites. Somebody else went and was doing all the other ones. I didn't even notice that they were disappearing. Well, that sucks. I was like, woohoo, I've got a really good area. We've got half an hour until, half an hour until, oh, we got to do the giveaway. One second. Let me, plug this in. All right, good luck, everyone.
Drive active.
And the winner.
Congratulations.
Hey,
Vegas,
that.
for being
See,
so
this is why Nagus comes in here and reminds me, hey, dude, it's time to do the giveaway. I got to win that damn thing, all right? I got to win the giveaway, damn it. Oh, actually, Mad Rambo, you're here. Is there a way for me to set up Lumia so it automatically announces streamers? Is there something that you can do that with in Lumia, or is that not one of Lumia's options?
Warp drive active.
I was gonna check after stream, but is the giveaway, please? Yeah. Did you give me your name? Noragel. You can set personal welcomes for when they first chat and create a shout out. Okay. Is there a how-to video that you've done? I'll watch that tomorrow. Or at some point anyways. There you go. Okay, I didn't see if that personal welcomes. All right, I'll have to I'll have to check that out tomorrow. Welcome. I'll look that up tomorrow or sometime soon. Soundgarden, Jesus Christ pose. Yeah, you know what? There's a funny story with this song. I had this playing one time, and somebody I knew got really offended by it. Which is like, really? Yeah. They did not like this song at all. So I turned it up. I was like, that's too bad. Sorry to hear. I mean, I have long since learned that people are gonna get offended for the dumbest things in the world. They're gonna get offended for whatever and whatever. We got 26 minutes until the server down. You got offended 3 days ago? For what? Hey, Mad Rambo, have you heard about Art Gravy? I don't know if there's something the streamer community could do for his family, but... That Danzig clip. Why do I not remember this? Why do I not remember the Danzig clip? Vigil in honor. Oh, so there is something going on. So Thursday at 2. What happened with the Alizé clip? Oh, you mean where we found out we thought she was 16? Grab that from Serpent Power's stream. Okay. I thought maybe there would be something streamers could do. Maybe like, I don't know if CCP would do like a donation drive for him on their channel or something, and streamers could take their turn on his on their stream, and or the streamers themselves could organize it and just kind of pass along, you know, do a like a raid whenever it's the next streamer's time. And then, you know, anything donated could go towards a pot or something. Barney is still in streams and the community is rating and passing him along to keep him part of the community. Not sure how the... Yeah, if he's offline, you can't really raid into him, right? I don't know how that works. I know there's been 2 WoW streamers of like that everyone knew that passed away. One was Rectful, who was popular all over Twitch. He was one of the most popular WoW streamers of all time, but he was also well known just as a Twitch streamer. But there was another one that he was well known because he made a leveling guide. And let me actually check, because I want to see if we actually went to Twitch and said, hey, listen, this guy is like kind of an icon in our community. Can we leave his stream up? And I hadn't actually checked recently. Yeah, Jonah's guide. Let me show you. I'm just going to show you guys the link. But I was actually one of the people that suggested, hey, can we talk to Twitch? That's his link there, Jonah. And because normally they have a rule that you can't be streaming long. I think it's 48 hours. And they'll automatically turn your stream off, right? So I was like, maybe we could talk to Twitch and see whether or not they can turn that rule aside. Because he's a partnered streamer and still gets ad revenue. And he, you know, they allowed his stream to stay on. So now his family or somebody else is running his stream. And basically ad revenue is going to the family. So a lot of WoW streamers would just raid into him to keep his raid count up. TCP has changed as a channel name broadcast for rep and a website. I did not know that. I did not know that. But yeah, we would raid into Jonah. He was fairly popular in the community because he was the first one to really come out with a really good guide. And I'm talking like years ago, like 20 years ago when WoW first came out. He came out with Jonah's guide. So now it's just old videos of him that are being played over and over again on repeat of him doing like level 1 to 60. But he passed away because he had a heart condition. And he had like a valve in his heart, but he was, you know, but he was out for a jog. This is kind of gruesome, but I guess the valve dislodged or something, and he basically went into cardiac arrest in the middle of a jog. This only happened like a year or two ago, too. We hype, dude. I haven't been accepted to Eve as an Eve partner yet. One day, maybe. One day. No, that's not what happened to Gravy. I don't want to say what happened in case it's unconfirmed. I don't know if what I heard is actually true. So I don't want to say, hey, yeah, this is it. Someone mentioned it earlier, and I was like, you know what? Until it's been confirmed, I'm not gonna... I'll just go with he passed away.
Warp drive active.
Start clearing these. Hey, like, why am I cloaked? Like, what the fuck? That's why I lost all targets. I'm like, why am I losing all my targets here? Well, they're also so far apart that I lose target on them. That's what's happening. Gotta hurry up and finish these sites. 15 minutes left. Come on, hurry up. Getting impatient. I got other sites to go and explore. I don't know if I can get all of this done before
Warp drive active.
Not what I want to see. 24,000. Trying to do two things at once here now. There's no way I get all these done. I'm hoping one of these may be a relic site, though. That's annoying. Maybe enough time to do one more data site before I go to head back.
Warp drive active. Assuming I could probably poach if I wanted to right now, but maybe the overlords are watching right now and they get angry. I'm not getting really any good
cans though. None. Like this one's garbage too. Got 5 minutes. Finish these last 2 cans off maybe and yeah, this will be the last can, I guess, before server goes down. That's
Warp drive active.
let's burn back. What time are we at? We'll have to do the giveaway and then.
Ad starting. We will be back in 3 minutes.
Warp drive active.
$201 million is what we made so far. That's not great, actually. How long have I been streaming for? 3 hours? That's not great. I was having trouble actually finding areas where there was actually even any
Warp drive active.
anything to go hunt down. So.
Warp drive active.
Oh shit! I like. I not even get back in time.
Warp
We gotta
drive
hustle.
active.
Got to absolutely hustle. Oh, I don't think I'm gonna make it. I don't think I'm gonna make it. Got it too close.
Warp drive
I still got 2 jumps left to do. I'm not gonna make it. Ah. Go to a planet a bit safer. I mean, I'm deep in our space, so
Warp drive active.
should be all right. I'm gonna log in as soon as the servers go back up. So less than 1 second. No. All right, let me go to the washroom. Then when the servers come back up, we'll do the giveaway. Be right back, guys. Oh, updates are already up. It is giveaway time, but we're gonna wait until the servers are back up. I never noticed this countdown thing before.
Mixtions18 is now following on Twitch.
Hey, thank you very much, man. Feel free to join the giveaway as well. Exclamation join on all 3 platforms: Twitch, Kick, or YouTube.
Gantian is now following on Twitch.
All right, is it up now? Checking status. Oh. Why have I never noticed that countdown timer before?
Connecting.
I just never noticed it before.
Web drive active.
Yeah, The Cure. I can't remember if I've. Oh, I have seen The Cure in concert actually. I have seen them in concert. Good stuff playing. What do you mean today? What do you mean today, dude? Every stream. Today.
Web drive active.
Server up? Well, yeah, I'm playing. I hope the server's up. Otherwise, I'm hacking. That's what we're. Okay, that's what you were getting at. Oh, of course. All right, let me get back to the Keep Star. Here we go. Back at the Keep Star. All right, you guys ready? Good luck.
Congratulations, Thedo_1.
Do I need your in-game name, please, sir?
Have a pleasant journey, Kelsey.
Ifrit Darkmoon. I don't know if you've ever won here before. First time, congratulations. There we go. Thank you for watching, dude. Much appreciate the view. By the way, let me give you my socials, everyone. Those are all my channels, so you can be on all 3 of them if you want and join in on all 3. You can join in on all 3 channels. That's kind of my reward for giving me the view. And let's see here. There, item hanger. And there's also my Discord link there. There is a raffle or a giveaway going on there. It's for $250 million ISK. Given it's done every 2 weeks. I'm gonna try and up that to every week, but let me try and figure out if I can make enough money on the marketplace in order to be doing that. But you can join there, and it's in the giveaways channel. So we haven't started a giveaway yet. We haven't started one yet. Here's what I'm gonna do though. I'm I'm not going to go back out tonight, but I'm going to watch Down the Rabbit Hole. So if you want to continue... Wait a second. Are these ships... Wait, are those... Is it showing my ships in the bay, or is that just like... Hold on. I'm gonna go over to that one. Estero? No. Oh, it wasn't my ship. Okay, never mind. I was like, that would be cool if it did that. I thought maybe this one here was like my Estero. I never noticed. I was like, does it have all my ships in the base? But, oh, there's another one down there as well. But like this one here looks like my Squall. But I don't have one of these, so... It does show your ships? Because that one actually looks like my Squall. Is that the... Okay, so there it went up to that one. Oh, there's another one down there. Like... I don't see my buzzard anymore. Are you sure? It's not just like... I don't think I have one of these. Yeah, I don't see a buzzard around here anymore. Okay, it's down here. So this one up there, that's mine. Oh, maybe I do. What is this ALS red thing? Oh, wait, what? Oh, oh, it's showing that I do have it. Ah. So that one there is mine? One here? I just gotta train it? Because the reason I was like, wait a second, is that mine? Is because the it's not a Venture, whatever this ship is over here, that's the same paint job that I have here, and same as the... Anyways. Alright, I'm going to watch... the next bit of Down the Rabbit Hole. You're welcome to join me if you want. Obviously, there's no giveaway right now, dude. No giveaway. I'm gonna watch Down the Rabbit Hole. If you want to join, you're more than welcome. Watch it on stream. I want to watch all 6 hours, but I'm doing it 1 hour at a time. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to watch like the last 15 minutes of the last episode. Just to kind of, it's been several weeks since I've watched one of these. So just to kind of get re-caught up. So we're going to start from here just to remind ourselves of where we were at. Yeah, feel free to stick around. You don't have to, of course, but, you know.
Its horrors. End quote.
It would just happen
This
here.
sort of romantic prose would quickly come to characterize most of the writing about New Eden, and while they occasionally would acknowledge the more technical and practical issues that players and their leaders faced, these passages were nearly always diminished in favor of telling stories of epic campaigns and pitched battles. The results and aims of these large battles, however, were difficult to communicate due to the inherently intricate...
You guys have all seen this, right? Down the Rabbit Hole? The EVE Online story?
could easily be communicated, however, was sovereignty. Territorial maps reminiscent of war documentaries gave the impression that the warriors involved in these conflicts were actively making history and granted the movements of these wars similar weight. But perhaps more immediately attractive was the attempt to give a price to ships in real-world fiat currency. Partway through his article, Rossignol writes a relatively short passage about the loss of Steve the Titan. Quote, "It's not hard to see why Band of Brothers would want to attack the biggest alliance in the game. The riches were there for the taking, and the alliance leader, one Sivok, piloted the first and then only Titan-class ship in the game. It was a giant behemoth that has been valued in real-world cash at around 4,000 British pounds.
Jesus.
Band of Brothers seized the first Titan kill in controversial circumstances.
Yeah, I
and
vaguely
sealed
remember
the
this part of the
southern
video.
Frontier." End quote. This passing attempt at an approximation of price would become a tradition in coverage of the game. The daunting complexity of EVE's mechanics and the tangle of relationships between corporations, alliances, and even corporations within alliances made it nearly impossible to summarize in the space afforded an article in a gaming publication, meaning that the conflicts necessarily had to be simplified in order to both be made intelligible and concise enough to fit within the restrictive word limits. Many of those who read these articles became enamored with the concept of partaking in such massive record-breaking battles and began signing up for EVE themselves. For CCP, war was good for business. But those who were fighting the war were facing unprecedented problems. Nate Combs, in a blog from 2007 titled NBSI and the Grey Problem, writes that, quote, "Members within an alliance are marked by varying colors. Green means that fellow is a corporation member, blue he's part of the alliance, etc. Degrees of separation, even among buddies. Red in several flavors distinguishes shades of bad guy. The problem is with the gray. One of the trickiest herding cats problem in running alliances is making sure everyone is on the same page about the rules of engagement. Go to any alliance forum and ask what the current rules are, and you will hear a number of answers. Folks get confused about what they should do with the gray, and in the absence of knowing what they should do, they do what they think is right, which
Kill
can
them.
be all over the board.
Oh.
Inconsistency is a hobgoblin to both sides of
Don't
the
you just
gray
automatically
divide.
kill them?
The good gray don't like going into areas where they are uncertain about who is on the same page, and alliances don't like grays getting into some areas since some grays may turn out to be bad apples. To make the problem worse, some alliances may vary their policy towards the gray over time and circumstance. For example, when tensions are high, an alliance may enter lockdown mode, and its policy becomes one of shooting the gray first and ask questions later. During more peaceful times, the policy may be changed to be nice to encourage trade. It gets worse. Some of the very large alliances may have different policies for the different regions it controls. Talk about a headache if you're one of the few players, e.g. traders, who might travel great distances. Another problem with the gray is that it is an alliance/corp-centric perspective. It is a first-person measure. You are neutral to me now. I may be, however, enemies to your friend, and that can lead to a more complicated relationship." End quote. These problems were only growing greater. Trade had been a key element that allowed the early nullsec corporations to build their first titans, but the war raging was now making them more and more wary of neutrals who could be traders or enemy infiltrators. But these problems were being amplified in an
Look at the old UI.
way. After the collapse of Uli as a trade hub,
Up the
traders
volume, yes.
returned to the 4 different corners of Empire space in the north, south, east, and west. In particular, they gravitated towards stations that hosted the best mission givers.
There you
While
go.
trading NPC goods had gradually been phased out and the player economy was allowed to supplant it, players could still earn money from NPCs through missions, and they tended to congregate within the stations that housed the highest earning missions. Entrepreneurial traders would offer weapons, ammunition, and ships for sale in these stations, hoping to sell to the wealthier mission runners at these convenient locations. However, more than just the mission runners were searching for these goods, and soon, a wider clientele was congregating around these stations as well. Recognizing this, more traders looking to sell their goods began placing their contracts alongside the others, even if they were unrelated to running missions, hoping to sell to those visiting the station. And so, the trade hubs established themselves and grew. Of the different trade hubs, the one that received the most traffic was the Caldari Navy Assembly Plant, located around the fourth moon of the fourth planet of Jita. The higher population in the northern regions of Empire Space was due in large part to the attributes of characters. When creating a character, players are allowed to choose between the 4 different NPC empires: Amar, Minmatar, Galente, and Caldari, and of the 4, Caldari were by far the most popular race for players due to their favorable attribute distribution, given that attributes determine how quickly a character can learn skills, and skills determine what characters are capable of performing. Soon, much like Yulai before it, the system of Jita was host to hundreds of players every day looking to trade, and it was growing rapidly. But this time, Crowd Control Productions would be prepared. Since they had broken the Stargate links in Yulai, they had been working on the server backend, as they realized that they would need to prepare for far more success than they had anticipated when they launched EVE Online. On March 1st, 2006, CCP Games announced a patch transferring the game onto new servers which utilized brand new, state-of-the-art AMD chips, rather than
deployment of 70 dual core dual CPU AMD op.
trying to scatter the players again. Now, they would be doing all that they could to accommodate a naturally occurring trade hub. Soon, a single server would be dedicated exclusively to the system of Jita to manage the massive influx of traffic, as well as some permanent residents who began to participate in the day trading of commodities. With trade now being allowed to centralize, this also meant that if a particular commodity crashed, then it crashed for everyone in the game at once with little recourse. But while this new trade hub was located in Empire Space, its establishment significantly affected the culture of Nullsec. The northern regions had always been wealthy due to their natural resources and general proximity to HighSec, but the emergence of Jita guaranteed much easier access to what would soon become the undisputed center of the economy in New Eden, given that Jita was less than 10 Stargate jumps away from the nearest northern Nullsec systems. Trading between Empire Space and the northern regions only became easier as time passed. But the inverse was true for the southern regions. The distance between Jita and Del, for example, was many times longer, and where they once had been able to trade with Empire Space easily, they now had to travel much farther to sell their goods. As time passed, those Nullsec alliances living in the south would begin to develop their own internal economies. Leaders would encourage their alliance members to trade exclusively with one another, in many cases creating not only an economic but a cultural divide between the players in the southern regions and the players in the rest of New Eden. But
in 06, you were more into WoW than EVE, honestly. There was, I don't know a lot of you guys that would that ever watched me when I played World of Warcraft. As a joke, when Classic WoW came out, I actually went to a server called Heartseeker, and I jokingly said on stream that I was going to go there. It was, imagine that there's only 2 factions. There's Horde and Alliance, and basically 99.9% of the player base were Alliance players. And they'd driven off all the Horde players. And I said, you know what? I'm going to go there and create a Horde character and level up and basically all I'm going to do is go around and kill people in game. And because everyone would be an enemy. And just through my stream, we had a few other people that started. So there was like 5 of us that started on night 1. And I actually had to ask people in my stream to log in and create a character on this server just so that I could create a guild, because you need 10 people to create a guild. And then they could just delete their character and not play, right, if they wanted to. But it became so popular that we basically, the guild grew to a point where we had 3 raids in the guild, which is a decent sized guild. But we were primarily a PvP guild, and we would just go around. But when we arrived there, the server itself had no marketplace, or we called it an auction house. There was no marketplace, no items on the marketplace. Like, it was dead, except for one guy who was basically selling stuff. He was trying to control the market for the few people that were actually there, but he'd massively jacked up the prices. So when we started there, I was like, listen, guys, don't try and rip people off. Let's try and get an actual marketplace work started here. Put them for the right, any items that you're going to sell that you get in game. Don't jack up the prices. Let's undercut this guy and try and actually get a legit market going here. And so we did that, and this guy lost so much money that we basically bankrupt the guy. And he'd been ripping off people that were playing on the server for months, making money and stuff like that. And we basically bankrupted the guy because he was losing so much money. But it was actually awesome. We actually got the market running on that side of the server. It was pretty cool.
In the in-between spaces, an entirely new sort of dynamic was evolving, one forgotten by most. Over the years, the dynamics of the game had shifted radically. As players gained more and more capital, and as the merchant races were supplanted by a full player economy, piracy was no longer making nearly as much money, and often players would lose more money than they gained by hunting other players. Many, such as the aforementioned mercenaries, abandoned the practice in favor of fulfilling contracts for clients. What's more, the nullsec alliances were growing into empires, and these empires often patrolled and defended their territory.
Yeah, I wish I'd started playing this game 20 years ago. I'm not gonna lie. Like, I'm really, that is my one regret in gaming, that I didn't start playing EVE Online 20 years ago. And EVE Online is a game that I've known about for years and years and years, but I was so busy with other games, I was like, I don't have time to play it. And then the one time where I did try and play it, like, there wasn't really a good tutorial or anything like that, and it was like, what the hell am I even doing here? And I just get frustrated after a couple of hours. I was like, okay, forget it, and I just stopped playing. Like, probably thousands and thousands of other players, right? I just said forget it and just stopped playing. So yeah, like, I'd always really wanted to play EVE Online, and I just didn't until, like, whatever it was, a month and a half ago. So,
stamping out any piracy not perpetrated by their own members. The only space left for these players was low security space,
lots of people got frustrated,
or low sec, but when they moved...
And part of the problem is so many people from like years ago that tried it once and they got frustrated, they won't try it again. Like, they're just like, nah, the game's frustrating, blah, blah, blah. Like, they just don't want to give it another go.
Their paradigm gradually began to shift. Now that piracy was no longer making the players much money, the only ones who continued the practice
I think you did mention that
so
to me, Gorilla
for
Glue.
the love of it. In an interview for Down the Rabbit Hole, a prominent player and leader named Phantomite spoke to the role that those in LowSec adopted. Quote, "I feel like me killing people in LowSec isn't piracy, I think it's just PvP. It's not a profession, I don't really earn any money from it. The fact that the game calls what you're doing illegal means that there's some kind of weird dishonor involved that's different to catching a traveler in nullsec. It's just PvP."
Wait, why was it considered illegal? I missed
Those
that.
players who decided to stay were the only ones dedicated enough to continue their piracy, in part due to a particular feature. Early after the release of the game, CCP launched a feature called kill mails, which were permanent in-game records of ship destruction issued to both the destroyed party and those involved in destroying them, and many players began to covet these kill mails and collect them like trading cards, with certain ships or players being more or less prestigious. While this wasn't always the primary motivating factor for those hunting other players, it did mean that they could keep a record of their experiences doing so, ensuring an official method of tracking prestige. But the kill mails introduced another dynamic: loss aversion. Since kill mails were public, one's victories and losses were both available to any who wanted to see them, and a loss was often considered a shame in the eyes of the community, at least to the player who lost the ship. On this, Phantomite said, quote, "I feel it is socially unacceptable to lose in this game. If you lose a fleet fight to begin with, in local, the winning side will almost always jeer at you and be a bad winner, mock you for having dared to lose a fight in EVE Online. It's not congratulations on winning, it's you idiots, you lost, how stupid do you feel right now? Especially as group sizes get larger, there's a lot of bitterness on both sides." End quote.
You had to manually post kill mails on our own websites? Really? Is that why they started this actual kill mail Zkill website?
On the opposite end of the spectrum, a group of players have been growing in size, prominence, and role in the greater EVE community. Early in the game's lifetime, a help chat was implemented so that players could offer assistance to other players learning the game, but many found that this limited forum was insufficient due to the complexity of EVE. And so, a new player-run institution was formed,
EVE University.
EVE University. Its primary impetus was to assist new players by teaching them the basic mechanics as well as good practices with hands-on experience. While other corporations would sometimes invite new players and assist them so that they could swell their ranks and achieve greater goals, EVE University had few such aspirations. Rather, uniquely, it declared itself a neutral body who would not take sides in any wars, though its members, known as students or unistas, were free to do as they pleased whenever they chose to leave. Many years later, in an interview with the online EVE news site Crossing Zebras, a new CEO, Asmodeus Valar, said that, quote, "EVE University exists to give new players a place to learn about EVE in a supportive community. We maintain neutrality so that our students can move on to whatever section of EVE interests them." End quote. But this neutrality would quickly come to be a limiting factor. In October of 2005, EVE University founded a new alliance called the Big Blue and sought to hold territory in Nullsec, but after less than a year, an unknown client hired Mercenary Coalition to evict them for unclear reasons, another reflection of the growing necessity for corporations to ally themselves with one another in order to survive the growing turbulence of Nullsec. EVE University's policy of neutrality wouldn't allow them the partnerships with the larger groups that they required. Unwilling to compromise on this defining feature, EVE University decided to base themselves in high-security space instead, and partnered with other corporations in a new alliance which they named Ivy League, in part to protect themselves from the vast number of war declarations that they were suffering. As a group comprised primarily of new players learning from a smaller number of more seasoned players, declaring war on EVE University was an easy way for more aggressive and less discerning players to gather easy kill mails. Despite these hazards, EVE University began to grow as a foundational part of New Eden's social landscape, with corporations seeking out those who had spent time learning in it.
Yeah, if you guys have not seen this video, it's called Down the Rabbit Hole, which is basically the history of EVE Online from right from the very start. It talks about how they developed the game, etc., etc. And now it's going through basically the storyline of player wars and stuff like that. And I think this was last updated 2 years ago or something like that. Video was posted 2 years ago, so presumably it might be up until that point. So eventually they're gonna have to do a part 2 or something, I guess. But yeah, there's this one, and then there's another one that's the history of all the wars and stuff.
Their decision to retire from Nullsec would become a practically permanent one on June 19, 2009, when CCP released their expansion, Revelations 2. With this expansion, powerful defensive sovereignty bonuses would be granted to anyone who owned over half of the structures within a
Yeah, I
system
missed these years
for
too, man. I
28
wish I would have
days.
played.
Once this had been achieved, a structure called a Sinojammer could be built in the system, disallowing any player from lighting a cynosural field within the system. While capital ships could use Stargate,
Well, he doesn't have to do it again. He just maybe updates like part 2 or something like that, or maybe somebody else could do it or something.
they were choke points in which they could easily be caught, and the only practical way of bringing a capital ship into a fight was through the use of cynosural fields. By restricting their use, it meant that any alliance attacking a system with a high enough sovereignty bonus could only do so with subcapital ships, an effectively impossible task against any active alliance. This meant that nullsec alliances were now much more stable in their ownership of territory, as long as they possessed enough capital ships. The major factions in nullsec had now been set. With the base mechanics, the social groups, and the varying playstyles within EVE all growing more complicated and nuanced by the day, the development team recognized that they wouldn't be able to keep track of all of them and balance them alone. And so, in late 2007, Crowd Control Productions announced the establishment of the Council of Stellar Management, a body of players elected by the player base to communicate their interests directly to the company. Early in the game's lifetime, CCP had
You know what? Something like this I suggested that we did in World of Warcraft. I was like, why, like you guys keep me my argument was the developers really had no effing clue what players wanted. And, it was like, why do we not allow the player base to actually, like, come to you with suggestions? Because it seems to me that a lot of these, like the larger streamers or whatever, have more of a grasp of what players want than the developers do. But, I mean, nobody was going to listen to me. It was just,
requested that players join the developers to speak about the
Sure, other
game,
people thought
but
of
they
that
had
as
been
well.
hand-picked after applying, as opposed to the more democratic method of the council. Of the 97 applications, 33 were rejected for varying reasons, including behavioral and technical, leaving 64 to be voted on by the community in a first-past-the-post system, where the 14 players with the most votes would be elected. A PDF document written by CCP representative Petter Johannes Oscarsson details the role and responsibilities of the Council of Stellar Management, but not before spending over half of the document on what he called a comparative analysis of real structural social evolution with the virtual society of EVE Online. In the opening paragraphs, he wrote, quote, "The only consensus in the study of socio-cultural evolution is that no single theory can aptly describe the universal development and progression of any society. Myriad factors ranging from geographical location to religious beliefs and even weather conditions, prevailing or roguish, all complicated the analysis. Introducing the most subtle variable could drastically alter the course of two societies that would have otherwise evolved along similar paths. Thus, it is these general paths, or unilinear milestones, that this paper will draw real-world comparisons from. The purpose of the analogy is to establish the foundation for implementing a deliberative, democratically elected council in EVE. This is by no means an endorsement of any social evolution theory. A comparison with actual civilizations is beyond the scope of this analysis. But it will demonstrate the striking similarities between this theory of real-life societal development and the virtual society evolution of EVE, while also relying on one key assumption about individuals in both realms, that they are motivated by the pursuit of value, the core of which is driven by their instinct for survival." End quote. While this document was likely meant to help instill within the EVE community the impression that CCP was taking seriously their responsibilities toward the game, it also illustrated the divide that was growing between the players and their game world's caretakers, despite their attempts to the contrary. While the majority of the player base was primarily interested in simply having fun by playing the game on the most minute level, the developers saw themselves as being on the cusp of a newly developing world that reflected elements of the human condition, similar to the way that the founding members of CCP had attempted to create a new internet interface with the virtual reality markup language during their time at Oz Virtual. Oscarson wrote in the document that, quote, "Until now, comparisons of political philosophy and social structures in the virtual world have been drawn from parallels with the real one. But it cannot be stressed enough that today, with this many people comprising the civilization of Eve and the potential ripple effect of any change in the way this society is governed, further legislative applications based mostly on CCP's interpretation of the real world are likely to cause more harm than good. To achieve continued success, Eve's society must be granted a larger role in exerting influence on the legislative powers of CCP. Governance of virtual worlds is a unique endeavor. There is no precedence to follow." End quote. The responsibilities for the Council of Stellar Management were more than might typically be expected from a group of player consultants, which perhaps helps to explain the small number of applicants. Quote, "At least twice a year, CCP will convene multi-day summit meetings in Reykjavik. In addition, each year CCP holds its FanFest convention. 7 members of the CSM attend these events in person. Council terms will last 12 months,
paid
and
for this?
elections will follow the expiration of
Yeah, at
each
least fly them
term.
out there?
This time frame corresponds roughly to the expansion
This is an unpaid position, and you're also going to have to come to Reykjavik and pay for it by yourself.
release cycles of EVE Online. End quote.
Wonder why nobody
These council
signed
members
up.
would be privy to restricted knowledge so that they could give their unique perspectives as players. What sort of effect they would have on the game, however, was yet to be seen. The importance of such communication with the player community was exemplified by the proliferation of player-made tools that were seeing widening popularity. On July 22, 2008, a player going by the name Wallari created a post on the official EVE forums in which he announced the release of a map of EVE
Oh,
Online
they still have these?
named
Oh, you know what? I think another streamer told me that he was applying for this. That's what he was talking about. I had no idea what he was talking about at the time. That's what he was talking about.
.lan. Quote, "In the last weeks, I created a system to arrange and generate region maps for EVE. After some hard work on the back end and positioning the systems, I can finally announce
Have you guys
a
been
new
to
type of
FanFest?
EVE regions maps. The maps are focused to be clean and easy readable with the most important informations for fleet roaming and planning. They contain daily sovereignty and
have?
outpost informations for
It looks fun. I've been to BlizzCon a couple of times, but that was before COVID. I went to BlizzCon a couple of times and met a lot of my friends that I'd met from streaming and stuff like that. It was a good time. People that I'm still very good friends with to this day. But when I saw FanFest, I was like, that's something maybe one day I'd like to go to. But one day,
your favorite 0.0 space. Also, occupancy informations for the new factional warfare are included." End quote. What's more, this tool would be offered for free to any EVE player who wanted to use it, hosted on its own website. Importantly, this map wasn't updated manually. Rather, it pulled information from EVE Online's backend servers in order to update it, meaning that they would update in real time, and .lan's maps would quickly become the standard, and when players wanted to share maps of EVE Online with one another, rather than using the in-game map, the clean, clear maps on .lan would almost always be used. This was far from the only tool developed by players to help others play the game. In 2006, a group of resourceful coders had released a tool which they named EveMon, which acted as a way to manage a character and plan their ever-important skills, which restricted what a character could do and what sort of innate bonuses they wielded. Like .lan, EveMon pulled information from the back-end servers of EVE Online, allowing players to see aspects of their character such as their skills, their stats, their total skill points accrued, and their ISK balance, all without having to open the game. These sorts of tools helped further erode the feeling of separation between the game and real life, since the game world could be reflected in places other than the game window. Rather than fight these tools, CCP supported their use and would sometimes even
cool that
showcase them on their website. It was around
Supported
this time as well that the listless and much poorer pirates in low security space would be given a new purpose. On June 10, 2008, CCP released the expansion Empyrean Age. Among the other changes, the one that attracted the most attention was the introduction of a new opportunity for players called Factional Warfare. After signing up to fight for one of the 4 in-game non-player empires that ruled over high-security empire space, they would be given objectives in low-security space to capture in the name of the empire that they had chosen. But importantly, they would not only be fighting against NPCs, they would also engage other players who had sworn allegiance to a different enemy faction. In this way, players in Empire space could fight with other players in a structured yet accessible fashion. While factional warfare itself held little interest for the pirate corporations in LowSec, it meant that far more players would be ushered into their domain. As the less experienced players from HighSec wandered into LowSec in order to complete their objectives, roving bands of LowSec pirates would catch individuals and small fleets unaware, swooping in to rapidly dispatch those looking to engage in factional warfare. These pirates had become a part of the landscape of LowSec, maintaining a level of unavoidable danger to the game, and the introduction of factional warfare had reinvigorated them. Evading pirates was a skill in which traders and industrialists prided themselves, and it was common to hear such peaceful players breathlessly recount their experiences avoiding and outwitting them. But soon, the game would see an addition that would further complicate it, crossing the border between the real world and the virtual world of New Eden in a way that would eventually make its dealings the subject of international attention and awe.
Oh, what?
In November of 2008, CCP announced the release of a new form of currency. As was common practice, players could either buy cards at local stores or have cards mailed to them, which they could redeem to extend their membership, allowing them continued access to the game.
They had these for like all MMOs. They had these for, there used to be a 7-Eleven directly across the street from where I live. And I used to go in there to buy a game card for World of Warcraft, like every 2 months.
Much like other games of its kind, the monthly fee was $15, with discounts when bought in larger increments. However, CCP was now offering a new function for these cards. When a player bought one, they would now have the option to either redeem it normally and use it to lengthen their subscription, or they could instead exchange their card for a new in-game item called a Pilot's License Extension, or Plex, at an exchange rate of 1 Plex per month of game time. If they chose the latter option, an in-game item would appear in the hangar of the station in which one of their characters was docked. This Plex could then later be expended for the subscription if the player so chose. For the player who used the Plex in this way, it simply added an extra step to the process of renewing a subscription. But there was one major, important difference. Since the Plex was an in-game item, it could be bought and sold on the player market, and whoever bought the Plex could redeem it for their own character, meaning that a player with enough in-game money could effectively pay for their subscription by buying Plex from other players.
I want to show you guys something. This conversation just kind of reminded me of something. Can you guys see this? Let me zoom this in a little bit. Someone eventually is going to look at this and say, holy fuck. So this wasn't his, like, he didn't die. It wasn't Marquis Dragon that died. But this is some, he was showing this on stream, and I just took a screenshot of it. Someone who was, I guess, a new player or something, decided to buy a bunch of skill extractors. Oh, maybe he did kill him. He was showing this on stream. I didn't get the point where he said that he killed them. But he had 400 skill extractors on him. And the guy died. And I can't remember how much it is, but I think it's like $1,400 US is what that would, it would be the equivalent of $1,400 US. Like, just crazy. But he was like, the guy was obviously a new player and someone who had a credit card and basically spent the money on his credit card, not realizing how the game worked. More like 600. How much? What is it? The value is 185 billion, right? 185. So it's 3,700 plex. What is 3,700 plex? How much is that? I don't know how much is 3,700 plex. That's what it cost him. I mean, it actually cost him a little bit more than that, but last sale was, yeah, but you got to assume, did this guy know that Plex, if this guy's a new player, did he even know that there was Plex sales? Like, what's the normal price of Plex? So you could get 3,000 Plex for 520 US dollars. So this was 3,700 Plex. $500 Plex per month equals $20. Well, how much? I don't have to log in, do I? Like, how much is it for the like the most Plex that you can buy? I think you can buy like 12,000 or something like that, right, at a time. So 500 Plex is $20. Divided by 500 Plex is 74 times $20. So $1,480. Oh, it's 20,000 Plex? Okay, well, those are two different totals. Is it 20K Plex for 520? So that's 700. No, sorry, 37,000 divided by 20,000 is 1.85 times 520. So it's $962. Yeah, and well, this happened. When did this happen? This happened only a couple months ago. This only happened a month ago, so it wasn't that much of a difference in Plex value. So it's not like this happened years ago. This happened in December of 25, early December. So at least 1,000. It's $1,000 anyways. Funny.
with in-game money. The most obvious effect was that it gave many players a goal: make enough in-game money to pay for their own subscription month to month by buying Plex from other players, effectively playing for free. But for those on the outside looking in, it gave something much more important. Game subscription cards for EVE Online could tip.
How much does it cost for enough Plex to buy a month sub? How much ISK? Was it? It's 500 for 1 month, or 500? That's the 2.5, right? It's 500 Plex times 5 million, so 2.5. Oh wow!
Typically be bought for $35 US, and
I'm an idiot. I went and paid for like 2 years of sub, or a year's worth of sub.
offered 2 months of subscription,
That's right, it's
which
only like
meant
10
that
bucks
they
a
could
month
be
or something that way.
redeemed for 2 Plex. This gave Plex a stable real-world value of approximately $17. Since Plex would be bought and sold in-game for ISK, the in-game currency, and the real-world value of 1 Plex was relatively consistent, this meant that there was a way to track the real-world value of the in-game currency without having to refer to the black market price, which was subject to fluctuation.
Wait, what? This was a 2008 player? I think the date on it says. Hold on, the date. The date says 2025. Not 2008. Well, I'm not sure what you mean by 2008. This is when the kill is here, right?
And which many sources were reluctant to acknowledge or reference because of its inherently opaque nature. What's more, because of the stability of the price of Plex in the real world, the gradual inflation of the value of ISK could be tracked as well. Such aspects only enhance the interest of mainstream publications, including Forbes, a popular and well-regarded business magazine which had already been paying attention to EVE Online due in part to the business-themed naming scheme of its player structures. An article from 2008 by Matthew Kirdahy, named From MMO to CEO, reads in part, quote, "Sean Conover has 2 jobs. One is at a computer forensics lab in suburban New Jersey. The other is in a fantastical galaxy inhabited by 25,000 intelligent life forms driven by power and greed. In one place, he takes orders. In the other, he gives them." There are many more like Conover, and with good reason. It's in this virtual space where tomorrow's business leaders are being born. Mom may mock video games no more. End quote. The EVE player interviewed for this article was the notable figure Darius Johnson, the leader of Goonfleet and the greater Goonswarm Alliance. For the last year and a half, Goonswarm and their allies, the Russians hailing from the northeastern corner of the map, had been continuing their war against Band of Brothers, and during that time, they had become known for their effective, if obnoxious, propaganda. Beyond the posters, which were often photoshopped versions of World War II propaganda posters, the Mittani had taken to regularly posting on his blog about the war, both to rally the goons and guide the public perception to bolster morale and increase membership, and this gave mainstream news outlets an easy way to monitor the war, albeit through a heavily biased source. Even knowing this bias, this meant that as publications such as Forbes and The Guardian wrote about EVE Online, it was often through the paradigm and context of the goons. External news outlets also helped to personalize the leaders. Furthering Kirdahy's article, he writes, quote, "When Conover gets home from his 9-to-5 job, he logs onto a virtual world as
Look at this. North Carolina loses 80,000 jobs to China. It's been going on a long time.
Darius Johnson, chief executive of Goonfleet, a corporation comprised of more than 2,800 players in EVE.
Fuck.
The leadership
2,800 players? The guild that I ran in, I've run a couple of guilds. Well, one was in EVE Online, and the other one was in like back in the day, back in like Ultima Online Shadowbane. The one in Ultima Online Shadowbane, I think we had like 60 players, and the one in World of Warcraft, and we were considered a decent sized guild, like not tremendously huge, but decent size. We had 3 full raids. And that's 40 characters each, and then we had people that weren't raiding. So we probably had, 120, 140 players at one point. 2,800 players in EVE Online, man. That is insane. I told people when I first started playing this game that the level of organization that these guilds have in EVE Online is unlike anything I'd ever seen in any other game. Like, to imagine 2,800 people that are in your guild or in your alliance, your corporation, and then having to actually organize a corporation or a guild of that size. I was absolutely blown away with how organized things were when I joined. And obviously you had to go through a bunch of steps and stuff like that. But I was absolutely blown away at how organized things were as far as like voice communication and some other app that they use, and even the forums. And it was just crazy. I'd never seen anything like it in another game like I've seen it in EVE Online. It takes the organization that I've seen from any World of Warcraft guild, and I mean even the top-notch guilds, and it's like that, but on steroids in corporations in EVE Online. It is really impressive, actually.
Experience has challenged Conover the same way the modern CEO is challenged.
That was also huge.
He worries about economics, employee morale, production, training, and even a succession plan, which he's devising. After all, the next guy has to be able to weather the storm.
Like the first couple of days I was in Goons, I was like, this is nuts. Like, the organization is crazy. Like, it is actually crazy how organized it is with so many different details. And I haven't even gotten into like doing fleets or anything like that. I was really impressed. And this is coming from someone who has a very extensive history of being in some very organized guilds. Like the guilds that I was in back in Ultima Online or Shadowbane, like the guild that we had, it was known as like one of the most notorious, like larger PvP guilds in MMO history at the time. And I'm embarrassed at how poorly organized it was compared to this. The video name, this is called Down the Rabbit Hole EVE Online. We're heading into it. We're almost 2.5 hours into it. I'm going to be doing an hour every night. So if you want to watch like the first 3 hours or 2.5 hours, you'll be caught up to where we're at. But I want to kind of continue doing this every night until I finish it. And then there's going to be some other videos that I want to watch as well. But video's tremendous, man.
2. End quote. In particular, the term failure cascade had become common in New Eden, popularized by the Mittani and quickly adopted by news outlets who were already heavily reliant on his writing when discussing EVE. In an article from 2009, the Mittani wrote, quote, "In the past 4 years, I've witnessed more than 20 alliances disintegrate, and I've had the benefit of directly orchestrating a good number of those. Better than just hammering at them from the outside, I've been able to witness the process from the inside concurrently by way of our spy network." While
Gantian, I didn't hear a notification, but thanks for the follow, as well as Mictions. Thank you, guys.
watching Lotka Volterra explode in much the same way Veritas Immortalis had, I dubbed this death cycle the failure cascade, due to the way in which the process rapidly accelerates from small errors into thermonuclear drama. Delightfully enough, even our most vehement enemies have chosen to use my nomenclature, as well as the more traditional media. Apparently, the term has some pre-existing engineering use, but Googling it now turns up mostly yammering about spaceships. He went on to define the term, quote, "A failure cascade is the disintegration of an alliance caused by collective helplessness in the face of sustained and unrationalizable."
Gaining trust and backstabbing his friend is a great playstyle. You know what? I'm not gonna lie, it's one of the things I love about this game. I love the fact that spying and that sort of thing is part of this game, because we used to have that sort of thing in Ultima Online and Shadowbane. Shadowbane's like was not a very popular game. It was huge at the time when it came out, but it had so many bugs a lot of people quit. But games back then were notorious for the level of like infiltration, and the guild I was in, we were just brutal with people. That's why there's so much hate still towards a certain group. With this sort of backstabbing, I don't have a problem with it, to be honest. Like I don't have a problem with it, and I look at it as being part of the game. So if it happens, it's not like I hate the person for it. It's part of the game. They got you. Like, you got to be careful. They got you type of thing, right? So that's the way I look at it. But there are people that are going to be obviously pissed off if they're the ones that are, caught. There was another part of the video that we watched in part 1 or early part 2, where there was a guild that was notorious for doing this. Like, I can't remember the name of the guild, but they like infiltrated another guild and eventually worked their way up to like the upper levels of the guild hierarchy, and then one night just logged in and drained the entire corporation of everything that they had. Like, just basic. And that's, I mean, you might not like it, but you got to respect the fact that they actually were in this guild. Was it Social Hand Club? Is that what they were called? You got to respect the fact that they went through with it it took them months, but they got up and eventually just okay, and that was their goal. Like, this other corporation was their enemy. Don't mind it happening, but I don't respect it. I respect it. I'm not gonna lie, I respect it. If you can actually manage to do that, as far as like, again, Ultima Online was notorious for that. We used to do all sorts of stuff like that. We would get access to your house in Ultima Online and then loot it dry. We'd get access to your boat. We'd loot it dry. We used to do all sorts of stuff. We used to sit stealth. We were just nasty. We would sit stealth outside of your house, because you could have housing in Ultima Online, and we would take shifts where we would basically sit there for like 6 hours at a time and wait for somebody to come back to their house. Or first of all, we'd have to wait for them to log into game, and they didn't have a notification that somebody had logged into the game. You'd basically be waiting. They'd come back to their house, and you'd basically have 5 or 6 of us like gang jump them, kill them, steal their key to their house, and then loot them dry. It was, and there'd be times where we would have to wait at somebody's house for several days and taking shifts because the person just wasn't logging in. It was like, how retarded is that?
Adversity through a process of pilot attribution shifting from the alliance to the corporation or the individual.
Rooks and Kings, I think they've mentioned that in this video, but we haven't watched these videos in like a few weeks. I think I maybe forgot a couple of things that happened in the first couple of hours. It's not my preferred playing style. Everyone is free to do whatever they want, though. Yeah, I mean,
End quote. Both
it's war, right? There's
and
infiltration
were
and
facing prodigious
spying.
growth, and both were simultaneously taking great risks in attempts to reap great rewards.
Uh-oh, Goon Swarm. They're evil.
It had been over 2 years since the death of Steve the Titan, and still the war in
Steve the
Nullsec
Titan.
continued, involving every major power, and after numerous movements of the battle line back and forth, Band of Brothers had been pushed all the way back into their home region of Delve. To their north, the Northern Coalition had recovered from total destruction, retaken territory, and went on the offensive after fighting back the forces of Mercenary Coalition, who had been fighting the war for Band of Brothers, but eventually abandoned them in order to establish themselves in new territory and continue their existence as guns for hire. Meanwhile, from the east, the forces of Goonswarm and their allies, the Red Alliance, continued to strike. Previously, the Russians of the Red Alliance had joined Goonswarm in an effort to defeat Band of Brothers, but after this effort failed, they retreated to their home regions in the southeast to live next door to the Goons. With their forces combined, their territory was nearly impossible for any alliance to assail. Typically, the Russians were cagey, reclusive, and distrustful, but they had joined Goonswarm to defeat their common enemies in Band of Brothers. But now that Band of Brothers had been fought back to Fortress Delve, the war had reached a standstill. Delve's epithet was well earned. It had served as the home region for Band of Brothers for years now, and was nigh unassailable due to the coordination of Band of Brothers fleets and the system's solid sovereignty bonuses, which practically restricted any enemy fleet from fielding anything larger than a dreadnought
You were in Band
of Brothers
Brothers?
territory. Multiple Titans had been lost by both sides, but Band of Brothers still had enough capital ships to bounce back any assault on its borders. And if the smaller capital ships weren't enough, then the combined might of 8 simultaneous doomsday blasts from Band of Brothers' 8 remaining Titans would be enough to turn any fight. Without the ability to field their own Titans, the rest of Nullsec could do little to penetrate into Delve. But in early 2009, this state of affairs suddenly and radically changed. One of the high-ranking members of Band of Brothers, Hargoth Agamar, had tired of the other leaders and joined Goonswarm, offering to help them in whatever way they could. After some rumination, Goonswarm's spy master, the Mittani, devised a plan of action. Andrew Groen chronicled what transpired in Empires of Eve. Quote, "On the night of February 4th, 2009, Hargoth Agamar logged into EVE Online and docked his ship at the headquarters of Black Nova Corporation, one of the main member corporations of Band of Brothers. From Band of Brothers, Hargoth stole 15 dreadnoughts and an entire ship hangar containing hundreds of smaller ships. He also stole a huge amount of strontium, starbase and dreadnought fuel. With a few clicks, he stole everything his corporation owned. In the empty hangar folders, he left just a single item, a note."
Can you have like a corporation? Oh wait, I guess you can, can't you? Yeah, never
With
mind.
one sentence written on it. "The Mittani sends his regards." When he was done with his theft, he went to work, ending the entire alliance. He removed the other directors from their positions and closed the alliance. With no alliance on record named Band of Brothers, every one of its sovereignty claims was instantly dropped.
Oh,
Band
man.
of Brothers had claimed sovereignty 4 in every system in Delve, but after Hargoth Agamar struck, there was no longer an alliance called Band of Brothers. As a result, all of the starbases owned by Bob went offline without an alliance to control them. Their capital systems were no longer invulnerable.
Were you
and
around
they
for
had
this,
no
Messi?
way to stop enemy alliances from bringing heavy artillery right into the heart of Band of Brothers' empire. End quote. The rest of New Eden now had a 28-day window to capture
longer
enough
you don't- no
territory
wonder you
to
don't like
prevent
this.
Band of Brothers from regaining their sovereignty, but only Goonswarm was in a position to capitalize on this, and simply destroying Band of Brothers was no longer enough for them. The leader of Goonswarm, Darius Johnson, ordered that all assets in Alliance territory be brought to the front lines in preparation for a fight in Delve, where they would either drive out Band of Brothers and claim Delve as their new home, or be left destitute. This would also help to fend off enemies, at least for a time. During the war, the general unpleasantness of both the Russian alliances and Goonswarm had resulted in enough feuds that they had broken their treaties with one another, and a significant contingent of Russians had joined forces with Band of Brothers, sandwiching the Goons between the two. There were also rumors and accounts of real money being paid to players to alter the political landscape, but the complete abandonment of territory by Goonswarm guaranteed that the Russians would be preoccupied with claiming all of the territory that had once belonged to the Goons, as they threw themselves recklessly at Band of Brothers, at least for the first few weeks. No other alliance seems to have been warned of this opportunity, and it would take time to mobilize. Now, Goonswarm would launch a blitzkrieg the likes of which had never been seen in EVE Online. But as Goonswarm was beginning its invasion, the game would see a radical change, and the denizens of this particular edition would soon exist outside of the paradigm and culture of any other part of New Eden. On March 10th, 2009, CCP announced the release of the Apocrypha expansion. Among other changes, including a higher tier of specialized ships, this update introduced wormholes. These anomalies, functionally, were short-lived entrances into an entirely new cluster of star systems, but the wormholes would only survive for a maximum of a few days before collapsing permanently, and new ones would spawn unpredictably both in New Eden and in this new region.
Wait, how do people live in wormholes if... Oh, I guess they, like... Yeah, how do people, like, live in wormholes if the exits are constantly disappearing? Like, do they eventually just, do they have to, like, leave the wormhole and appear somewhere completely different? Like, there's no way for them to hold open. You scan out new chains every day. Oh man, that sounds like...
These systems boasted no stargates. Rather, they were connected to one another and the normal stars in New Eden exclusively with a network of wormholes, and the transient and unpredictable nature of these wormholes created an ever-shifting labyrinth. Despite the vast new territory now made available, players were tentative to venture into it for several reasons. First, finding the wormholes was a task unto itself. In order to discover a wormhole, a player had to make use of the new scanning tools, which required new skills that took time for characters to learn. The systems themselves, however, were remarkably dangerous. Much like Nullsec, Concord offered no protection in wormhole space, and so anyone traveling through a wormhole could easily be attacked upon arrival by other players looking for a fight. Even then, however, the points of interest found through a wormhole were often remarkably dangerous. Fighting and looting NPCs would require a well-equipped squad of players, and the anomaly sites placed for explorers often were similarly defended. What's more, if a player lacked the requisite knowledge, and was unlucky, it was possible for a wormhole to collapse behind them after entering it.
Wait, you only get the skin if you're lurking in their channel? Is that how that works? I didn't know this. What? Really? I didn't actually know that was a thing. Hold on. Hold on. Where's their CC channel?
Leaving them stranded in unknown and hostile territory, and the only method of escape was to wander aimlessly until discovering a wormhole that would take them back to New Eden, though likely far from where they had entered. Most had little interest in investigating beyond peeking out of curiosity. But there were others who saw potential in this new, unexplored region. Though the danger in wormhole space was higher, the materials there were commensurately valuable, as the gases
Lots
required
of really
to
good
make
ISK, huh? I'm curious, would it be possible to, like, live in a wormhole if you're part of a corporation? Like, if I'm in Karma Fleet, is it possible for me to live in wormholes?
New highest tier ships could only be found there, and so mining gas clouds became an important, if small, part of the EVE economy. Paradoxically, due in part to the random nature of wormholes, gas became a reliable resource, as it was difficult for aggressive players to attack others harvesting gas. Much like wormholes, gas clouds would spawn randomly and had to be scanned down with probes before their location was revealed, meaning that a reasonably attentive gas miner could spot the probes with a directional scan and escape long before any danger.
Yours is yeah, I know Shad Squatch he's got a wormhole alliance or corporation that he's in.
Manifested.
I mean, I go into wormholes all the time. It's what I enjoy doing when I'm doing exploration. So I'm very familiar with wormholes. It's just like as far as like scanning and doing exploration. But I haven't really delved into like how wormhole space, like how people live in wormhole spaces. I've gone in there and I've seen structures in there and stuff like that, but you know.
Beyond these more systemic limitations, there was another hard limitation that restricted the use of overwhelming force in wormhole space. The wormholes themselves could only accommodate ships below a certain size, and after a certain amount of mass passed through a wormhole, it would collapse, meaning that the massive fleets and large ships wielded by the nullsec powers were practically useless in this new, chaotic region. The ease and safety with which gas could be harvested and the difficulty that established corporations would have utilizing their vast wealth and resources meant that this territory was far more accessible to less wealthy players and corporations, in contrast to Nullsec, which was now crowded with belligerent and exclusive factions. Most large corporations were also still embroiled in the ongoing war against Band of Brothers and had few resources left to engage with wormholes. Given this and the wide breadth of territory now available, smaller groups of players began to move into these wormholes and establish presences there, deploying starbases and storing fleets of ships. Those who chose to live in this territory were given a simple moniker: wormholers. The interests of these early wormholers varied widely, but all of them were inspired by a sense of adventure and the excitement of uncertainty. Many took the time to explore this new space and study the rules by which it functioned, and over time, the players were able to divine certain patterns. For example, many wormhole systems had what they called a static hole, which would always link to the same kind of system. A static high-sec hole, for instance, meant that there was always a wormhole leading to high-security space in the system, and if the one leading to high-sec collapsed, then another would take its place, leading to another high-security system.
I never
However,
knew this.
such static holes to high-sec were at a premium, and so, sometimes, multiple small corporations would deploy starbases in the same system, but since few had the resources to prosecute any sort of significant conflict, and nobody would benefit from harassing one another, many of them entered into gentlemen's agreements to not attack one another unless agreeing to fight for sport. These agreements were the first manifestation of the code of honor by which wormholers would play, known earnestly, derisively, and sarcastically as Wormhole Bushido, named for the code by which Japanese samurai warriors would live. But while players were exploring the new aspects of EVE Online, Crowd Control Productions was working on an entirely new game. In August of 2009, CCP Games announced their next project set in the EVE universe, a first-person shooter named Dust 514. Speculation about the gameplay was overshadowed by the fact that Dust 514 would do more than share a setting with EVE Online. Events in Dust 514 would directly impact those playing the
I'm probably
MMO.
going to go for about another 25 minutes. I like to do it an hour at a time. And I started about 15 minutes before. So in total, this one's, for about another 25 minutes. I'm going to watch. And then we'll cut it there for the 3-hour mark. And then next stream probably go on for another hour. Need to plan your lunch? Well, there you go. 25 minutes.
And those playing the MMO could affect
I want to do like an
battles in
hour at a
Dust.
time.
The gaming news publication GameSpot quoted Hilmar Pettersson as saying, "The primary gameplay features brutal ground combat that takes place on the surface of planets. Dust 514 is the infantry, and an EVE Online player can contract a Dust team to go in and take control of a planet. The fleet does the flying, the infantry does the dying." End quote.
Sounds like such
Guy
a cool
Cocker,
concept,
writing
and they
for
went and
GameSpot,
canceled
went
this.
on to say that, quote, "The game has been under development for 3 years at CCP Shanghai, with input from other CCP studios worldwide. We
Yeah, if you
questioned
don't mind, I
Pettersson
don't
about
know
the
that it would become
platforms
a
the game is
wormhole.
being
You know-
developed for, as
You know what I do like, or I had watched a couple of episodes, was the Nomad's Tale or whatever, but that Chlorokin does. I think that's a really cool idea. I think he does that in a wormhole too, right? So
well as subscription details, but he declined to comment at this time. But it was confirmed that the game was being developed for current generation hardware. End quote. After revealing some gameplay at the annual FanFest in October of that year, Hilmar Pettersson proudly spoke with IGN further about the game. Quote, "Dust 514 is first and foremost a first-class FPS mixed with real-time strategy elements and persistent world components, which are innovative in their own right. Still, the biggest innovation in Dust 514 is that the outcome of battles directly affects the resource and power controls in EVE Online."
this is what originally they'd planned with EVE Vanguard as well. And EVE Vanguard's actually out. Like, you can actually play EVE Vanguard. And originally they had talked about doing it, so it was kind of like a second attempt at Dust 514, and you were supposed to be able to go around on the planet and like kill each other and fight over the resources, and then whoever won the resources on the planet, their corporations in the game were like, that sounds like such a cool idea. Like, just get it to work.
Online. This will
Like, it is actually, I don't know.
significantly
work, man.
enhance the gaming experience that our current 300,000 subscribers enjoy by adding a whole new level of gameplay elements that they can affect. At its core,
Nomad
Dust
episode every
514
month?
is a first-person shooter with run-and-gun gameplay, but there is a heavy emphasis on vehicular combat that layers tactical and strategic.
Chlorokin doesn't actually, I don't think he actually knows who the hell I am. I don't think he knows me as a streamer at all. But I'll go in there, and he absolutely hates like any Chromium browsers. So I know this, so I go in there and I'm like, oh, look at it's that guy that hates Google or something like that. He just immediately start going off on a rant about how much he hates Google Chrome.
Strategic dimensions within each battle. In addition, weapons and modules are upgradable in real time, which we believe pushes Dust 514 beyond what has been seen in the market so far. End quote. Notable features were map sizes measuring 5 kilometers squared and, perhaps most importantly, the ability for Dust mercenaries to take control over certain regions of planets for corporations in EVE Online, or for Dust corporations to take those sections of planets for themselves. Early gameplay footage shown at FanFest was promising and elicited excited reactions from the crowd despite its limited scope. But as players were anticipating the new battles to be had in Dust 514, the years-long war in Nullsec was finally reaching its conclusion, and the aftermath would permanently alter the social landscape of New Eden. After such an extended period of direct conflict, the alliances in Nullsec had grown skilled at husbanding their resources and managing their fleets, the latter of which had grown into affairs often involving hundreds of people on both
who?
sides.
Hold on.
This grown into affair their redirect
I forgot. I didn't see.
After such an extended
Here they were
period of
talking about-
direct conflict, the alliances in Nullsec had grown skilled at husbanding their resources and managing their fleets, the latter of which had grown into affairs often involving hundreds of people on both sides. This new method of waging warfare placed greater importance on management rather than moment-to-moment battles. But managing such a vast number of players was a difficult task. Unlike an army of professional soldiers or paid employees, the people who comprised the fleets in EVE Online were playing in their spare time, and the most effective way to form a fleet was for the fleet commander to put out a call to their alliance, asking for people to join for a potential fight. The number of people who joined was never certain. The attendance of individuals could change due to real-life factors, interest in the upcoming battle, or simply due to the waxing and waning of engagement with the game, making morale a key factor to the cohesion of alliances. If morale dropped low enough, then people would simply not answer calls for fleets or even leave their corporations entirely. If a corporation leader lost faith in their alliance, then they could take their entire corporation with them when they left. Despite the overwhelming importance of morale, the most effective ways to wage war in EVE Online were often far from entertaining for the individual. It was common for a fleet commander to call for a fleet, form up in position, move from location to location, or even keep the fleet stationary for hours, and then disband the fleet due to a lack of need. As fleets grew more expensive and the need for strategic dominance prevailed over the desire for action, the impetus to engage in equal fights or even slightly favorable fights diminished due to loss aversion, and given the responsibilities bestowed upon fleet commanders, there was little incentive to risk the large ships now demanded by war. This loss aversion worked similarly for the individual player as it did for the corporation and alliance. Few people would be willing to risk their most expensive ships in a large fight where they had little say in the outcome. A player who lost a capital ship once may simply have decided that it wasn't worth the risk of joining a fleet. To mitigate this, many corporations enacted measures called Ship Replacement Programs, or SRPs. When a player lost a ship while participating in operations with the corporation, they could submit a claim and be reimbursed for their loss, either in part or in full, paid with the money gathered from passive income, such as moon mining. This passive income was part of the reason why Band of Brothers could fund such an extensive war while fighting on multiple fronts and maintaining morale. But now that Goonswarm, through subterfuge, had eliminated the sovereignty that insulated Band of Brothers from its enemies, it would soon become nearly impossible to maintain a solid line of defense for its vulnerable economic center. What's more, Goonswarm had ensured the morale of their members by abandoning their own territory and claiming that of Band of Brothers as their own, drawing from the classic Chinese treatise The Art of War. As translated by Lionel Giles, one prominent section reads, quote, "Throw your soldiers into positions whence there is no escape, and they will prefer death to flight. If there is no place of refuge, they will stand firm. If they are in hostile country, they will show a stubborn front." End quote. It is with this tenacity that Goonswarm descended upon the territory of Band of Brothers, striking at all constituent corporations at once, attempting to break their will before the sovereignty bonuses returned and once again made invasion impossible. This would be expedited by a massive mistake made by Band of Brothers. Andrew Groen details the mistake in Empires of Eve. Quote, "Band of Brothers ordered every one of its capital ship pilots to log off at an open NPC-controlled station in PRTAC 8CA in Delve. However, Goonswarm spies found out about the massive stockpile of warships and called in their allies to organize a massive blockade of the station. They were able to surround the indestructible NPC station, trapping every last one of Band of Brothers' dreadnoughts and carriers inside. The blockade around Band of Brothers' fleet held for 30 days straight." End quote. By the time the Russians came to assist, it was far too late. Delve now belonged to Goonswarm, as did its vast natural resources, and this readjustment of power would come to shape the game in ways that players could scarcely predict. But even as
Is the blockade still going on with Pandemic Horde? Like, aren't they basically just done? Is it still blockaded?
the massive war in Nullsec was finally calming, Crowd Control Productions was planning massive additions and adjustments, one of which coincided with the end of the war in Delve. Up until the end of 2009, the presence of a Titan on the battlefield was overwhelming and oppressive due to the sheer power of its Doomsday weapon, capable of destroying nearly any non-capital ship in a 500-kilometer radius, centered on a point of the pilot's choosing. Often,
Didn't goons agree to let them like retreat and reform or something like that and try and get back up on their feet? I started playing the game kind of when that whole mess happened. Like it was like a week later, and suddenly like everyone was talking about Pandemic Horde like collapsing the way that they did. The blockade is still going on.
when a Titan arrived, the existence of anything smaller than a dreadnought was invalidated. However, on December 1st, 2009, a significant change was made to the Titan's signature weapon. Rather than a massive area of effect, the Doomsday would now be a focused single-target burst of damage, capable of destroying or severely damaging even the largest ships in a single blast. With this change, the importance of large populations in battle was re-emphasized. A fleet of smaller subcapital ships was always necessary for capital and supercapital ships to perform well, and now that a subcapital fleet couldn't be immediately decimated upon the arrival of a Titan, greater populations of players could again become a stronger deciding factor. But more importantly for most other players, who had only a tangential attachment to Nullsec, another promised feature was being touted by Crowd Control Productions, something that they had been planning for the past 3 years. Ambulation, which had been renamed to Walking in Stations. Over the past year, the company had released various teasers and discussed their goals for the project.
And what it's about giving the players a full body avatar and the ability to exit their ships and go into space station and go to bars and corporation offices and socialize and play minigames as an embodied avatar.
However, there was some question as to the necessity of such a feature. The development time and work required were remarkable, but players were already socializing using various out-of-game methods that were far more visible and already established, such as IRC chats and even the official forums. While there was quite a bit of excitement, there was
I can't
also
remember the last time I
trepidation
saw
that it would be
IRC.
superfluous or add extraneous requirements to what players could already do. As Crowd Control Productions grappled with how to implement walking in stations, other projects were floundering. The EVE collectible card game, which they had produced in conjunction with the recently acquired White Wolf Productions, had suffered a lukewarm reception after limited marketing outside of conventions, despite positive reviews from gaming publications. The single expansion released in 2007 had suffered a laborious release, reprinted 3 times.
You guys want to hear a really sad card game story? And I mean really sad. I don't think I've told this since I started streaming EVE Online.
Before the cards were complete.
Everyone's played Magic the Gathering, or you guys all know Magic the Gathering, the card game. So I started playing Magic the Gathering like basically when it came out, and we used to go to like the hobby store, or there was a hobby shop that was right near where one of my friends lived, and we'd go there to play in Magic the Gathering tournaments. Okay, well, Definga, you're going to cry. Okay. We would go and play like just fun, we'd build our decks and go and play against other people, right? So I had a lot of Magic the Gathering cards, and like the first 2 or 3 expansions came out. One was blue and the other one was green. I can't remember what they were called, but I had like both expansions. I had all the cards from every expansion, and we'd go into these tournaments, and excuse me, I faced off against this one guy. I can't remember his name, and he had this one deck that was just annihilating everyone. And so I was looking at the cards that he had, and it was, I remember there were some green cards, and then he had some he had a bunch of black lotuses. And essentially the gist with it was that if he ever got a turn, you could not win. Like, he would just keep being able to like make the turn his, and then he would do like a point of damage, and he would just consistently keep doing damage to you, and you'd never be able to actually play and do anything back to him. So I went out to basically duplicate this deck, and I don't know how many cards was in this deck or whatever. It was like 50 cards or something like that. But I had like 25 black lotuses for this deck. And so this is back in, when did Magic the Gathering come out? I want to say this is like mid 90s or early, maybe even early 90s. Like early to mid 90s. When did Magic the Gathering come out? Anyways, so I rebuilt this deck. And then not soon after I built it, they actually banned this deck from being able to be played in, they banned this deck from being able to be played in tournaments. And so I had, you remember those old, like, they're like photo albums, but they were made for like cards or whatever. I'd have all my cards neatly put in those so that, I could keep care of them and stuff like that. And I guess after a few of these expansions that came out, eventually I just kind of got, we were playing a lot of Dungeons, like Advanced Dungeons and Dragons at the time too. And I just got kind of bored of playing the game. I was just like, okay, well, we were spending more time playing Advanced Dungeons and Dragons, and I wasn't showing up to the hobby shop as much anymore to play the card game. And so my friend that, he was our guild master, or dungeon master, sorry, for Dungeons and Dragons. He was still playing, and I said, well, I'm gonna sell my cards. So he bought them all off me. He bought them all of my cards off me for $500. I had 25 black lotuses in just that one deck, plus my entire collection of all the rest of the cards that I had as well, that I sold to him for $500. I don't remember what I paid for all the cards that I had, but it was probably around, $600 or $700 or something like that. Because you got to remember, black lotuses at the time, they'd sell for like $10. Like, you could buy them, like at the store for like $10, like from other people that would sell them to you. Yeah, I had 25 black lotuses, and I sold my entire collection for $500. And one black lotus in mint condition now, I think is worth like $25,000 or something. So I could have bought a house for that. I never gave anything away from Magic the Gathering. I think I stopped at Legion. Yeah. And I think it's more, is it more? Oh God, I don't even want to look. Hold on. Keep in mind, mine were played, so maybe they weren't in absolute mint condition, but they were in very good condition. Like, it wasn't like they had tears or creases in the cards or anything like that. Like, they were in very good condition. I could easily have bought a house for what they're worth now. Your mom sold a full shoe. Oh, geez. So here's another story. I was also really big into comics back when I was a kid. Like, I used to go to all the comic conventions, and for Christmas, I used to just ask for money because I'd be like, I want to go to the comic convention. And I was really into Spider-Man back in the day, and a couple of Wolverine. Like, when Wolverine first came out, I had all the first Wolverine comics, Batman, all that sort of crap. Joker. I think I had the very first like Joker comic. I had the very first Peter Parker, the Spectacular Spider-Man comic. Like, I had some comics that I was very proud of. And I eventually moved out of my parents' place, and there was one day where I went back to my parents, and I was looking through their storage, and I couldn't find my fucking comics anywhere. And I'm like, where the fuck are all my comics? And I couldn't find them anywhere. And my mom was like, I don't know what happened to them. And I was just like, for fuck's sakes, they threw them out. And for years and years, I thought that they'd thrown my comics out. And a couple of years ago, my grandfather passed away, and my mom was at my grandparents' place, basically cleaning the place out because my grandma had dementia, and they were going to move her into a home. So they were basically cleaning out they had a large house on a farm. And my mom called me one day, and she's like, "Oh, I found a box of comics. Are these yours?" I said, "Yeah." Why are they over? Like, because they don't even, my grandparents don't live in the same city as I did. I'm like, how the hell did they get over there? I never took them over there. And she's like, "Oh, well, they're here. There's like 2 or 3 boxes of them." I'm like, "No, do not throw them out." So this is like 2 years ago. But for like 20 years, I thought my comics had been all thrown out. So I still have those. And I actually just saw them. They're now up actually, up at my parents' cabin. So I'm probably, you know what? Actually, I should probably tell them to move them. Because it's in like a storage area, but I'm wondering if they might get damp and get mold on them or something. Actually, I should check on them. But anyways, yeah. So I was really big into comics at the time too. I was really kind of
completed correctly, but shortly after
Let's
a
continue on.
lackluster launch,
Yeah, that's my very sad Magic the Gathering story.
it appears that the entire card game was abandoned. The company's other projects were also beginning to struggle. A scathing article from The Guardian in 2014 retrospectively described Crowd Control Productions as extremely disorganized when managing the staff from White Wolf. Quote, very shortly after initial development.
Stop. I had to look it up. A mint condition Black Lotus just sold for $3 million US. Oh. I feel sick. This is 2 years ago. A mint condition. Mine wouldn't have been mint condition, but they would have been really damn good condition. Oh man, that
began, the company started blurring the lines between the World of Darkness and Eve projects. Repeatedly, staff were shifted over from the former to work on expansion projects for the latter. At times, our sources say, the entire World of Darkness staff was put onto Eve. End quote.
I still think you could only have 4 in a deck. Well, when I had the deck, Backgasm, hey Backgasm, when I had the deck, it was before they outlawed the deck. Like it was like basically a brand new, because you needed the Black Lotus, and then there was a green card. I don't remember what it was called. For some reason, I feel like it was a tree or something like that would do like just 1 point of damage to you. And then there was another card where like you got to take another turn, and it was just like nonstop. Like you would kill the other person before they would even be able to take 1 turn. But yes, I had around 25 of them, Backgasm. Because the decks, I believe, were like the decks in the tournaments that we were playing in were like 60 cards or something. That hurts, man. I would always gone with the assumption, because the last time I remember the price, it was like $25,000 a card. Seeing that though, I mean, to be fair, like when they were $25,000 a card, I probably would have sold the cards at that point. And I probably would have sold them before that, to be honest. Like $3 million for a mint condition Black Lotus. Yikes. Yikes. If you guys are into World of Warcraft though, Backgasm's your man. Go give that young man a follow. It hurts, but you can't beat yourself. Oh no, I mean everybody that's my age has one of those one of those things. You know, I could have been this. I mean, I've told this story as well. I remember there's a ferry that I have to take to get over to an area called Vancouver Island, which is where my family lives, and or my mom lives over there. But I remember there was a time I was going across the ferry, and I used to always buy the PC Gamer magazine just for something to read. This is back when they were like $5, right, or a few dollars or something. And I remember reading an article on this coin that was worth $7 at the time, and they were talking about how it was going to change, you know, the monetary system, and it was obviously Bitcoin. And they were talking about how it was $7 at the time, and I was reading about what they were going to do with this coin and stuff like that. And at the time, it was $7. And there's been times where I'm like, wow, if only I had put in, you know, if I'd invested $10,000 at the time to buy Bitcoin when it was $7. Or, you know, I've grown up with Apple. Why didn't I invest in Apple or Microsoft or any of these other companies back when they were, you know, dirt cheap?
The problems within the team itself were numerous. Developers interviewed for the article cited problems in various areas of development, including demands for small changes that required entire rewrites, weak creative vision, poor budgeting, a lack of managerial responsibility, and aggressive, hostile design meetings. Quote, most of the sources spoken to for this piece identified the same problematic CCP manager who had little vision for what the finished game would look like. Not
we still
once
talking
could he
about
answer
Dust
any question
514?
about moment-to-moment gameplay or areas of
What are
focus,
they talking about
says
here?
one source. Instead, he preferred to deliver buzzword-laden rambles. It was not uncommon for him to communicate in onomatopoeia. I once saw him looking over the shoulder of a programmer at some bit of user interface the poor guy had hacked together. He straightened up, put fingers to lips, and said, "No, this isn't it at all. Make it more... psh." He hissed on his fingertips like the air coming out of a bicycle tire,
What
and
is
then
World
just
of
walked
Darkness?
away. End quote. As the World of Darkness team struggled, work continued on Dust
this another
514, but to properly
Is this another game that they were making? I maybe skipped past that point, but anyways.
integrate its game world with that of EVE Online, the infantry would need the planets over which they were to fight, and on May 26, 2010, this prize would be introduced in the Tyrannus expansion. With this, the pilots in EVE Online would be able to lay claim to planets and exploit their resources by establishing infrastructure, with the intention of being able to contest them with Dust 514 mercenary groups. Such resources would only increase the wealth of the existing nullsec factions and their growing industries, now able to flourish with the end of the war against Band of Brothers. But who precisely would fight these battles was still uncertain. Since 2009, Crowd Control Productions had been mum about how people would be able to play the game, only specifying that it would be made for current generation hardware, a term typically reserved for consoles. In June of 2011, the concerns of many
plays
players
video games
were
on
confirmed.
consoles anymore?
Dust 514 would be exclusive to Sony's PlayStation 3
I was joking when I said that. I've never enjoyed playing games on consoles.
and portable PlayStation Vita consoles. This was a peculiar choice. Beyond the difficulty of creating games for the PlayStation 3, the markets for EVE Online and first-person shooter games for consoles were remarkably different. While both attracted primarily male audiences, EVE's player base skewed older and was more interested in detailed space simulation gameplay, while console shooters were typically played by younger men who desired faster, more immediate experiences, and those in the latter audience were largely unaware of EVE. Many EVE players who otherwise might have had interest in Dust 514 didn't own a PlayStation or were unwilling to pay for the console specifically for Dust. Still, there was hope that
Oh, it was
others
only a
interested in the
PlayStation game.
setting would play Dust to engage with the space sandbox. But the goodwill and hope of Eve's player base would be shaken during
Why would
an
they do
incident
that?
would capture the attention not only of those in New Eden, but the broader gaming public.
That seems like a bit of a screw up. Like, your players already have PCs.
On June 22nd, 2011, Crowd Control Productions released one of their most anticipated expansions, Incarna. Renamed from Walking in Stations, Incarna promised a new level of immersion for EVE players by allowing them to control their character avatars directly, and after years of advertisement, expectations were high. This was also an expansion that had drawn significant resources from other projects, as many developers had been moved from other aspects of the game and other games entirely in order to create this expansion. Blogger Wilhelm Arcturus writes in retrospect that, quote, "To get this feature, they had to not only forego working on other more core issues to the game, but pretty much had to rob the World of Darkness team of resources as well." End quote. But the immediate reception to the new additions was mixed. Many of the features promised with Incarna were missing to be added at a later date, and what was made available, while tantalizing, was paltry compared to the scope that Crowd Control Productions envisioned and had projected onto the player base. The two main features were a new, robust character customization process, which players could use to update their avatars, and the Captain's Quarters, which acted as a replacement for the efficient menus that players once had in their hangars. Instead, players were now required to ambulate their character models through a special room where finicky menus could be activated. In a game where menuing accounted for much of the experience, this significantly slowed the process. What's more, computer performance in this area was notably worse than the rest of the game, further hampering a now unfamiliar method of gameplay. The loneliness of the space was heightened by a locked door that promised to one day be opened so that players could enter the rest of the station and interact with other players outside of their ships in bars, clubs, and others' rooms. While not all players were fundamentally opposed to the introduction of the Captain's Quarters, its practicality was suspect, and
door
most
is a
players
lie.
opted instead for a more traditional view of their critical menus, foregoing the avatar-centric method of navigation
door
that
ever
had
open
been a
up?
core focus of this new development for half a decade. However, rather than being returned to the hangar view that had become a core part of EVE's aesthetic since its release, featuring the player's active ship in the center of the screen, players were instead shown a static angle of the locked station door, removing functionality from what had once been the hangar. Despite being the chief focus of development, the Captain's Quarters would not be the feature that would attract the most attention. Along with the more robust character
Ad
creator,
starting.
there were now
We will be back
cosmetic
in 3
options
minutes.
for players to purchase using currency bought with real-world fiat money. However, the prices for some goods were viewed as egregious. EVE News 24 wrote, quote, "Head over to the EVE Online forums or other EVE-related sites, and it won't take you long to figure out how much buzz has been made over the fact that a monocle, or even a measly shirt, is worth more than a faction-fitted battleship, a couple of plexes, or even more than the retail box version of the EVE Online game. Enter the not-so-noble exchange shop, proof that once again CCP loses grasp of reality, as is shown by prices on the new Vanity Shop, with products like a whopping $60 for that now infamous monocle, the $22 shirt, or the designer boots, all of which might be a bit too much for many.
60. Wait, this is for your in-game character? $60 to have this eye thing on your character's avatar? Oh my god.
Reasonable players. End quote. Players began generally expressing that this would only be the beginning of aggressive monetization on the part of Crowd Control Productions. Such suspicions were seemingly confirmed that same month when an issue of the internal company magazine Fearless was leaked, titled "Greed is Good." The first page, written by the editor Perry Desai, reads in part, quote, "As a subscription-based Golden Goose, Eve needs to incorporate the virtual goods sales model to allow for further revenue. Revenue to fund our other titles. Revenue for its developer. You." A particular article, written by the company's principal
Yeah,
game
so
designer...
I mean, World of Warcraft is the same thing. Not only are you paying a monthly sub, but they fill the shop with a bunch of other cosmetic crap and stuff as well, right? Although EVE Online is different in the sense that you can actually, well, you can pay for your sub with gold in World of Warcraft, at least for retail, not for classic. But you can pay by making enough gold and then buying essentially what is Plex in that game. But EVE Online offers other things that make it sort of like pay to win, like skill boosts and stuff like that, but it's not quite pay to win. You can go to the official site and buy 100 million spell. What? That recently got into EVE? It's, oh, dude, EVE is amazing, dude. I'm trying to convince my EVE viewers to come play, and they have no, like, they just don't want to give it a shot. Wait for the new one the tech bros want to push, subscription-based game streaming instead of owning your own system. Yeah, Cars, this game is wild, man. I love it, man. It is like, I have no desire to play World of Warcraft anymore. I'm not gonna lie, like maybe a little bit, because there's a little bit of me that's like, this is the last time we're probably ever gonna be able to play TBC. But then I'm like, nah, I just don't want to log into that game.
Kjartan Emilson discusses the way that player attachment to virtual goods can create capital. Quote, "An interesting aspect of selling experience and identity..."
I did not know that they sold 100 million spell, like are the skills already trained, or is it just a character with 100 million skill points to spend? Oh my, what? I did not know about that. So are these players selling their characters? Is that what's going on here? I did not know. $20 to transfer is... I did not know that they had this. But what if the person's already spent like the points? Like, I don't see where the price is.
Is that the actual action of paying for it can strengthen their perceived value. This is in many ways because of the way we are raised as consumers. We shop, therefore we are. Fashion is a beautiful example of this. When buying nice clothes, we might feel more desirable and confident.
So can you transfer these characters to your account, or do you have to like take on the whole account? How I feel about this. I don't know if I like it, or if I don't know. I don't know if I dislike it or if I just don't care.
And in this way, the act of buying can...
Yeah, I'm gonna be honest. I don't know that it actually bothers me. But I'm trying to see where the price is. Like, where do you see where the price is? Because it's not showing the price. So wanted to sell 56 million SP PvP character. And then I go in there. And then it says the starting is 60 billion. What is 60 billion? 60 billion ISK? So you're buying it with in-game ISK? Oh. I thought they were paying, they were selling it for cash. Ah, I thought people were paying for cash, so they have to actually make the ISK in game. But you can buy the Plex and then buy the ISK. So you can still buy it with real life money one way or the other. The question though is there a way for somebody to sell their ISK into Plex and then sell that for real life money? Can you do that? Because that, not sure how I feel about that. And that's bannable. Okay,
Can
so
actually
the
be a
answer,
factor to make
yes, you probably could, but it's bannable.
your
Okay.
experience more
You know what I do like about what I do love about this game is that shit like botting is an immediate permaban. That I absolutely love, because that is something that I wanted Blizzard to bring in, but they don't do anything about bots. Basically, like bots basically just run rampant in that game, and that is one of the three main reasons why I just do not care to play Blizzard games anymore.
more meaningful or your identity stronger, and as such, it becomes more competitive with other alternatives. The act of buying is a powerful psychological pattern deeply rooted in all of us, whether we like it or not. The pure subscription model for games, even though quite well suited for the selling of holistic experiences, takes little advantage of this part of human nature. Many players will actually voice the opinion that adding any kind of consumerism to such a game will ruin their experience. Those same players will buy Plex without any qualms to get instant access to that ship they just need to have right now, and they might even go as far as buying a $500 leather jacket that matches the one their avatar is wearing.
Guys, we're gonna have to stop it there. You guys can't see this, but my OLED monitor is going into panel protect mode, unfortunately, which means it turns itself off for like 10 minutes. So, are we complaining that? No, we were just talking about being able to buy characters for in-game currency. That's actually kind of different. I've never heard of that before. So, anyways, I'm going to stop it there, guys. We will be back next stream. I can't even log in to play the game right now because I was gonna do one last giveaway. So for those of you that are new here, I do giveaways every stream, but I tell people sometimes that it's the last giveaway and then it's not the last giveaway. So I'll owe you guys another one. I can't I know you guys can see it, but my monitor's off in front of me right now. I can't even log into play. So we will make that up next stream. Let's see who we can raid. I'm gonna go to bed and then who is streaming right now? Joe Lost is. Let's give Mr. Joe Lost a do me a favor though. Follow me on my socials. There's the links. I've got my new Alodar News Network channel. That's for like news stuff that's going on around the world, wars, politics, events that's going on around the world. If you're into that sort of thing, you can sub to that channel as well. Because I am focusing a lot on that right now. But also in my Discord, I do have a $250 million ISK giveaway that's going on right now. And it will be drawn at the end of the month. And I'm doing it every 2 weeks right now. I'm gonna see if I can ramp that up to doing it once every week. So, anyways, thanks for watching, guys. I'm gonna raid Mr. Joe Lost. And I'll be back hopefully later tonight as well. So thanks a lot for watching, guys. Yeah, take care. I gotta go to bed. I'm exhausted. I can't even turn my computer off because that's my main monitor. Anyways, have a good one, guys. Take care. Thank you for watching. Follow me on my socials. See you.